season. The Finns are, however, coming off a win last Sunday against the Buccaneers. Quinn Ewers is going to start today, looking for win number 2 of his young career. His thoughts on his very first NFL victory.
It's what I always dreamed of, is playing in this league, the highest level in this position. And it's special whenever you got a group of guys like we do this year. I mean, going back to it, we're not playing for a Super Bowl. I thought we did a really good job of coming out here and playing for each other and playing for our last names and playing for the organization and showing that when adversity strikes, we're going to respond. And I thought we did a great job of that.
There were other great rookie performances last week as well. Mike McDaniel was impressed.
I was pleasantly surprised in that I've learned over the years that don't have your expectations shaped directly by practice in that particular regard. He was doing a very good job getting everyone aligned, going play to play and having command, but you expect kind of a downshift in the game. And I didn't see that.
There's going to be plenty of time in the coming months to discuss whether the rookies are really the Finns' future. But right now, we've got a game to talk about. Dolphins and Pats on Gameday Uncensored, the pregame show for real Miami football fans. Tobin, Solana, Omar Kelly, and Chris Perkins on FM 104.3 WQAM. Miami's sports leader.
Gameday Uncensored on FM 104.3 WQAM is brought to you by the Lexus TX. Room for all your passions in 3 rows of luxurious comfort. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Edmore Sawgrass Cadillac. Shop over 22 acres of Cadillacs built for luxury and performance at Edmore Sawgrass Cadillac. Start your game-winning drive today at Edmore Sawgrass Cadillac. EdmoreSawgrassCadillac.com. And by JM Lexus. JM Lexus has the best team in the business. A 4.8 Google rating with over 22,000 reviews and counting. JM Lexus, West Sample Road, Margate.
And good morning, everybody, and welcome on in. It's good afternoon, actually. We are technically afternoon to another and final edition of Gameday Uncensored right here with you on FM 104.3 WQAM. Brendan Tobin here with you. Dan Day with us. Hello, Dan Day. How are you this lovely afternoon? A season finale for us here today.
I know, it's so bittersweet. I'm excited about the game. I want to see what the team can do, but at the same time, this is it. This is it for the Dolphins. They don't give us any bonus football this year.
No bonus football, no playoffs for the second straight season for your Miami Dolphins. Solana, he is endeavoring to make his way to the show. We'll hold things up while he is endeavoring to get into the Heat's house, because he, of course, has Heat basketball tonight, Heat and Pels, which Dan Day is going to be boots on the ground for. He's got a birthday week, so happy early birthday to you. Is your birthday today, Dan Day, or tomorrow?
No, it's Tuesday, actually.
Tuesday, okay. So a happy early birthday to Dan Day. And
if you know me, I celebrate my birthday all the time, but especially now. Got Heat Pelicans tonight. I'll have the day off tomorrow, then I'll be here Tuesday. I'm excited. So it's basically going to be a 3-day celebration for me.
It is, well, we wish you the best, buddy. Nobody works harder. Nobody deserves it more than you. A hell of a celebration, and the Pels in town tonight. Zion's been putting up some big points lately, and the Heat need a win, so something has to give. But a happy early birthday to Dan Day. And your Dolphins are getting set to finish things off today in New England against the Patriots. They come off a thrilling win last week. Quinn Ewers, Quinn for the win, gets it against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He looks like a quarterback. Everybody's been thirsting for a guy to be able to do some normal stuff. Doesn't look like he's scared for his life out there. He's just slinging that pigskin all over the place. Had some good plays. He even found his favorite target, the Weasel, Theo Weiss Jr. He hooked up for his first NFL touchdown, so that was pretty goosies galore. And the rookies really balled out last week. That was kind of the theme of it. It was not just the fact that Quinn Ewers played well, but you had Jason Marshall Jr. looking great. You had Zeke Biggers with a big block. We mentioned Theo Weiss. So a lot of the youth movement looking fantastic for the Dolphins in a game the Bucs really needed. I think that was the other thing, is the Dolphins had this opportunity to play spoiler to a Tampa Bay Buccaneers team, and they ended up matching them in record. Now, the Bucs did win last night in a very rainy game against the Carolina Panthers, and now they need the Falcons to lose so they can get in. If the Falcons win, Carolina still wins the division. So we'll see. That division's crazy. That division is been. I mean, you may have a situation where the Saints finish off with the same amount of wins as the Falcons, and everybody thought when we were sitting here, the Falcons, the Saints rather, were, I mean, one of the jokes of the league, and they have put themselves up to a very respectable level. They may finish with the same record as the Dolphins.
And right now, at this point in the season, as we stand, the team that's in last place in the NFC South might be the best team now at the end of the season in the whole division.
It's a really strange thing. That division is crazy. This division has been elusive for the Miami Dolphins since 2008 when Tom Brady went down with an injury. The New England Patriots and the Dolphins, who had a matchup in week 2 of this season, where these teams, quite frankly, did not look that far apart. Now, mind you still had Tyreek Hill, Tua Tagovailoa. We did not know it was good. This was kind of the signs of disaster. Even with week 1 being bad, you're like, yeah, everybody has a stinker. But week 2, you go back to that matchup and the angst that so many fans had in that building for the home opener, where people are booing after the first drive. They're just on edge. The people were not happy with it. And then the Dolphins get off the mat. The Patriots jumped down to a 12-0 lead because Borregales could hit extra points. It was very strange. And the Dolphins were able to work their way back to take a lead. Then Patriots worked their way back. And then you had, of course, the special teams extraordinaire where Malik Washington goes and gets himself a punt return touchdown, only for the Patriots to come back and return a kickoff return for a touchdown. And that is basically how we got to where we were. They end up keeping the lead. Tua throws a pick. Then he gets a bunch of sacks. Devon Achane, we all thought that he scored. And basically these two teams went down completely different paths during the season, where the Dolphins became just an absolute joke and the Patriots were on their way to finding themselves AFC East champions. So pretty crazy. This is the path that we're at. And now there's a lot of things to dive into from this week, a lot of unknowns out there. And we'll see what happens here in the midst of everything with your Miami Dolphins getting ready to go against the New England Patriots. Now, the big news today going into this matchup is the health of the Dolphins' 2 stars on offense, and that is Devon Achane and Jalen Waddle. Both appear like they are going to miss today's game. Devon Achane, less of a surprise than Waddle, although Waddle was kind of hinting at this all week. But Jalen Waddle is going to be out. No Devon Achane in the midst of this game as well. And so the Dolphins are going to have to do this with even more youth today. So you guys are fired up for a finale. I know you are, to see Quinn Ewers back at it alongside the Weasel. Solana now in with us here. Hello, Solana. How are you, buddy?
What's up, Tobin? I made it. Sorry, I'm a few minutes late here. Had some troubles getting into the arena. I'm at the Kaseya Center, but I was listening in the car, and I see you've got your bat.
What do you mean?
I see you've got your bat. You're following in the footsteps of Mike McDaniel to save.
You just gotta keep swinging, Solana. You just have to keep swinging. That is the message that the great Mike McDaniel has put forth for his team, is to keep swinging, keep taking hacks, and even if you strike out many, many times, another at bat is along the way. I think that's what his message is. I don't know.
Is he menacing even with a prop? I mean, you carry around a bat, like that's menacing. I don't care who you are, what you're doing, but I feel like there's an outlier, and the outlier is named Mike McDaniel carrying around a bat.
I don't know. I don't really understand it. I read this story by Chris Perkins, and I cannot wait to talk to Perk about this later on, because it was the greatest story I think I've read all season, is that we discovered that he started just carrying a bat. I don't know where he got the bat. Apparently there are multiple bats. He's a big prop guy. We know this about Mike McDaniel, but I'm like reading the quotes of everybody in this story, and nobody seems to really understand what the hell he's doing with the bat.
Nobody. Patrick Paul tried to play nice and explain what the bat means, but I don't think Patrick Paul really even knows what the bat means. I don't think anybody does. Tobin, if this is the final game of the McDaniel era, I know we'll get into all that, we have to, when it's all said and done, rank the McDaniel props.
Yep.
Like from the start time, the cakes. Remember the cakes in the 2023 season? Like, we've got to really sit down and rank all the McDaniel props that he used to try to motivate this football team.
Yeah, I mean, he loves himself a prop. There's no doubt about that. And the orange jersey, obviously a big motivator for this team. He just, like, look, Jack Del Rio at one point put a stump in the middle of the locker room. I believe Dave Wanstead put lobster traps at one point in the middle of the locker room.
We can't hate props. It's funny. I was watching the Dan Lebitard, Pat Riley South Beach sessions. Just randomly, it popped up on my YouTube the other day, and I was just like, "F it!" Like, it was such a great conversation. I'll watch it again. And Pat Riley famously motivated I'm sitting here and overlooking Pat Riley Court. Famously motivated the 2006 NBA title team with props like that. That's what he used. Just a big bucket in the middle of the locker room with cards and valuables of everybody. And then, the one suit, one tie, one shirt thing. Like motivators can use props. I just don't know what a bat necessarily does when you just kind of have it as you do right now.
Right.
And you look like you're ready to go kick some ass. Like if I'm an iguana up in South Florida right now, I'm terrified of Brennan Tobin.
Dude, it was so crazy. My dog just starts going crazy in the backyard, my Sunny Bunny. And I'm just like, that's only a bark for one thing, and that is that she's come into contact with a reptile. And this iguana is just at the base of my tree, just frozen as hell, and it can't move. Like, you can just see the terror in the iguana's eyes, but it literally can't move. So I pick it up, it's like an icicle. And she was so mad at me because, like, I'm like, you gotta move. She's like, I'm like, I gotta get this thing out of here. I don't want this iguana in my yard. And she was so mad that I took basically her chew toy away.
That's like your bat signal, though. Like, your dog starts barking, going just emphatic outside. It's your bat signal. No matter what you're doing, no matter where you are.
Yeah, it's weird.
You're ready to go hunt a damn reptilian.
Pretty crazy, man. It was a wild thing to see. But yeah, Pat. Well, here's the difference. There's a couple of things with this. Pat Riley's Pat Riley. That's number one. So he got I don't know when he started doing props with Showtime Lakers, but I don't think that it was quite I don't think he came out of the gate with props. The 15 strong, though, here's the thing, everybody understood it. It was like a family thing. Throw in the values of your life. What do you have in here? Everybody's involved. I don't think anybody seems to understand the bat. I don't understand. I don't know.
Nobody does. Like, nobody understands the bat. No, I couldn't believe that. And how did we not know this, right? Until this week. How did that never come up where, the head coach is walking around like a maniac with a bat?
Do you think like somebody was just do you think he was just watching Tua performances and he just like took it to his projector?
Yeah. Or he after Chris Greer got fired, he thought Chris Greer would send a hit out on McDaniel. And he's like, I need some extra protection, man. Like, the security's not going to cut it around here. I need some extra protection.
Man, pretty crazy. All right, lots to dive into today with your Miami Dolphins. And Gameday Uncensored is brought to you by Edmore Sawgrass Automall. Shop massive savings on massive Chevy inventory, all backed by Morse at Edmore Sawgrass Chevrolet. Visit EdmoreSawgrassChevrolet.com. Chevy, find new roads. We'll take a break. More Gameday Uncensored comes your way. Omar Kelly's going to stop by. Chris Perkins will join us. We got lots to dive into here on the Dolphins season finale edition of Gameday Uncensored. We're back after this.
WQAM broadcasting live from the Edmore Sawgrass Auto
Gameday Uncensored. The pregame show for real Miami football fans on FM 1043 WQAM.
All right, welcome back, everybody. It is Game Day Uncensored here on FM 1043 WQAM. Brendan Tobin and Alejandro Solana here with you. Happy New Year to everybody out there. I know maybe I'm a little past the days to do it, but it's the first time I've been on the airwaves since the new year with everybody. So happy New Year to all of our listeners out there. You got Heat basketball coming your way tonight after this game, Heat and Pels. Last night, I just spent. I came down to the arena for one thing and one thing alone, and I got it. Even if it wasn't a Heat victory, I got Anthony Edwards hobnobbing with all of the Heat afterwards.
Yep, you got it. The second I saw that, I knew Tobin's got eyes on Anthony Edwards after the game, giving Bam Adebayo a big old hug.
The only thing that would have made it better is if the Heat would have won, because then Spo would have stuck around and would have done some hobnobbing himself.
I'm sure there was some hobnobbing behind the scenes that we didn't get to see earlier in the afternoon.
Perhaps. I don't know. I did see that they had like a little moment when he got the double dribble, Spo was doing the mime, and it seemed like Anthony Edwards dug that a lot. So
yeah, Anthony Edwards also dug, killing off that late Heat run at the end with a little and one. Looked right at the crowd and says, "Relax, everybody, sit down.
Relax, I'll be here soon." It's 0 right now in Minnesota. I can't wait to get out of there. I want to be here. It's warm. I don't want to leave. But enough basketball. We'll get you'll get plenty of that later today with preheat, and that'll get you going. Solana and Tommy Ty will get you ready for all the action with that. Meanwhile, last week the Miami Dolphins, they get a win over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Theme of the game, Solana, the youth played really, really well. We had Quinn Ewers having his first NFL win. So let's get to him first, because that's what we care about most is the quarterbacks. What did you think of Quinn Ewers and his performance against Tampa? So
I want to go back to his first game, which obviously wasn't great against your boy Joe Burrow and the Bengals. I did think, the third quarter got out of hand. But in the first half, right, Tobin, we were kind of, I don't want to say impressed, but pleased with his decision-making. The interception to Theo Weiss was not really his fault, right? And then
great play by the defense, and Weiss has to hang on to that. It was, probably the only thing is like you're just getting used to the timing of those things, because that's usually a place where Tua used to succeed, and you got two rookies out there trying to get this all down.
Right. So I just think in that first half, like he looked composed. Again, there wasn't anything that really jumped out at you, but he looked composed. So I just wanted to see him, and we talked about this last week. I really wanted to see him build off that performance, look more like the guy in the first half, obviously compared to the guy in the third quarter, where it just unraveled and it got away from him. And I think we saw that. I think he accomplished two very important things. One, look like you have command of the offense, look like you belong in week 2 with another week of first team reps. I think he did that from the very beginning of the game. The moment didn't look too big for him. And I know the Buccaneers defense was, banged up. I know that's not the same Bucs team earlier in the season that was beating, good teams. I realize that. But overall, I thought he accomplished that, where it just looked like he belonged. It looked like he understood the assignments. It looked like he understood how to maneuver and run the offense correctly under center. And number 2, he showed us he can scoot. He showed us he can use his legs.
He can.
And at the very end of the game, where he ices it by picking up the first down with his legs, he gives you the swaggy selly. After picking up the first down, he lowered his shoulder. He took contact. He got up immediately. Dolphins fans needed that. Just the optics of it. It wasn't a super impressive play. The optics of, hey, you needed a first down. I picked it up with my feet. I took contact. I got up immediately, and I gave you the selly as well. Like, we needed to see that. It's been a long time since we saw our quarterback not only pick up some yardage in an important moment of the game with his feet, but also just take hit, brace for contact, take the hit, get up, and get back into the huddle. That to me was imperative.
I think that's the thing, is like the bar is set so low because of how Tua played this year.
It's true.
You just wanted to have like some sense of normalcy with Quinn Ewers. It's like Quinn Ewers looked decent. I think he had a good game. I don't think I'm ready to crown him the next franchise quarterback, but I also think just based on how he's playing, I'm like, well, he just looks like a normal quarterback. Like I don't have to have fear when he's out there and he's taking big hits, or he's just able to, if there's pressure around him, there doesn't seem to be any other concerns. And that's something with Tua we haven't really felt probably for 2 years, because of the even last year when he got hurt immediately in the Bills game, he comes back. It's like every time he's got people around him, you're afraid that, you know, something catastrophic is going to happen. And with Ewers, you're just like, oh, I could just watch a guy play football. Like that's I think probably what people were feeling. You know, like even the touchdown to Theo, it's like these aren't plays that I haven't seen Tua make before. I'm not going to act like Tua's never had great plays, but I just haven't seen it in a while. Like even as simple as like the first down to Dulcich, like right down the middle, and he just flings it nice and easy off his back foot. I'm just like, man, I haven't seen something like that, and it feels like ages. And that's not even like the most impressive play, but it was impressive because I haven't seen it in a while.
There was a play in the first quarter right before he threw the touchdown. By the way, Tobin, I owe Theo Weiss Jr. a massive apology here. I am not too big of a man to admit. Not only was I wrong, but I made an ass of myself last week because I was just crushing this poor kid. And yeah, I mean, the first opportunity we got to see with him, it was a disaster. I mean, we talk about the interception he gave up, and I was just kind of done with him. Like enough, you know. But I guess those two really do have some sort of connection that carried over from preseason, because it looked like it on the 63-yard touchdown. But there was a play on the second drive. It was we picked up 7 yards. I think it was a little toss play to Achane, picked up 7 yards. It's 2nd and 3. And Quinn Ewers takes a snap, kind of rolls to his right a little bit, and you can tell he's run out of options. So he just chucks it deep. And it was seemingly effortless for him. Put the ball 50 yards in the air, and it was way overthrown. I think it was Malik Washington down the field, Tobin. But it was incomplete. But that to me was like, you saw his arm, and you just saw where like, hey, I'll put it wherever I need to put it, and I'll make the right decisions. I'm not just going to throw it up. And when I throw it up, it's a little watermelon that's waiting to be caught by a DB who's trailing the play. So like even in an incompletion, you just saw somebody with the ability to sling the damn pigskin 50 yards in the air and overthrow everybody to get out of harm's way.
And honestly, to be honest, that drive was going fantastic. And I really felt like, you know who ruined it? Mike McDaniel. I felt like Mike McDaniel ruined that drive, that second drive, because he's just like, he's spamming Dulcich like nonstop and like throws a little, like they're like, oh, we know what we're going to do? We're going to line everybody up. Dulcich is in the backfield. Let's dump it off to him. It's like, what are we doing, dude? Like, what are these plays? You know, you're walking around with a bat. I would think that you want to really, produce violence and impose your will. And he goes, nah, let's dump it off to Dulcich, who actually had a good game. Like I don't mean like game, get it. Dulcich just thought like that's it. Like it was just like we're going Dulcich all the time. Doesn't matter where he lines up. That's where we're gonna go. I don't know. So I felt like it was a McDaniel blowing that drive, which felt like it was going really, really great for the Dolphins. Jalen Wright had a huge run. Yeah, I don't know. But for me, it was especially in the first half. He looked really, really impressive. He had some good moments, and I think brought some normalcy to the position for all Dolphin fans. You're just like, hey, it's nice to feel like I could just watch the quarterback. There's not pressure. You don't have to over evaluate good plays. You don't have to, you don't have to blow them out of proportion. You don't also have to go crazy if he has a pick. You don't have to do that either. I don't know. Dan, what was the reaction? Did you do post game that night? Like, was there a lot of positivity from the performance of Quinn Ewers? Were people fired up about it?
It was a mixed bag. There were some people who were calling in saying they had followed him in college, actually calling from Texas, saying, you'll see, he is going to be the next starting quarterback for the Dolphins. He's super talented. Then you had the people that said, he's okay. Then you had people that said he's not the answer. So I would say it was split, 33 between fans.
Yeah. The guy who's taking the biggest victory lap of all is strangely Des Bryant. Des Bryant has been on Twitter. He's been September. He's like, you're gonna see he's gonna be the quarterback of the Dolphins. So, well,
do you feel that way, Tobin? I'm not saying. I know you started off by saying like I don't think he's earned himself QB1 privilege next year, but Hawk and I were saying on Monday at the very least, he earned himself with that game an opportunity to be back here next year. And look, I don't know what direction we'll get into all that. I don't know what direction. Who knows what's going to happen tomorrow? Like, I don't know. But I think Quinn Ewers, I'd be happy with him being back next season. And if you don't make that splash move for the Lamars or the Burrows, which still seem highly unlikely to me,
right,
I would be happy if it's going to be more of a youth movement and maybe you go and you try to poach Malik Willis or whatever. I'd be happy with Quinn Ewers either as the backup or competing if a full offseason and a full training camp competing for that starting job. I'm not saying I want him to be the starter. I'm just saying I'd be happy to have him back next season, and we'll see.
I think that if Mike McDaniel is going to be back next year, that this is going to be his guy.
Okay.
Unless something drastic becomes available. Like if a star becomes available that drops into their lap, whether that be Lamar or whether that be Boudreaux or whether that be them trading for Mendoza, unless something crazy happens. Like if we go pie in the sky out of options, then yeah, I think Quinn Ewers probably has the pole position to be the guy next year. The only thing that would be interesting is if the Dolphins are going to go into next year and let's say they have no takers for Tua. Does Tua have some kind of revenge off season where he gets himself into tremendous shape and there's a battle for the starting job? But even then, it feels like McDaniel has made his decision. Like it just feels like the damage is done there. So let's say, yeah, I would say if Mike McDaniel is back as the head coach, I would say the lead candidate to be your quarterback next year is Quinn Ewers. And honestly, because of the Dolphins' financial situation, that's probably their best option anyway, because you're going to even the most bum of quarterbacks, a la Zach Wilson, costs $6 million. And I don't even know if the Dolphins want to spend that because of the hole they're going to be in with the Tua Tagovailoa deal. So I think there are a lot of factors that will play into him being the guy next year if Mike McDaniel is back. If he's not, I don't think any coach that they bring in is going to be saddled with, hey, this is the guy. Now, maybe there are people that think, no, he's capable enough to make it work. But I think a lot of it's tied to Mike being the coach. If Mike is the coach next year, then I think Quinn Ewers probably has a leg up, barring something spectacular that's out there that we're obviously spitballing about and we'll have fun about and we'll do sports radio topics about. But realistically, yeah, he's probably got the pole position if Mike McDaniel's back as the coach. That's what I would think.
Yeah, I'm with you. I do like how you kind of laid all that out. But I genuinely, as we sit here today, Tobin, Sunday, 12:30, I have no effing idea what Stephen Ross is going to do. Genuinely, I don't even have like a lean because there's so many different reports on what's going to happen. I don't even have a lean. Truthfully, if I had to use my gut, I'd say McDaniel will be back next season. But I don't know how much this game matters to Ross. Like, who knows? But what I do know is Zach Wilson, because he brought him up there, has to be sitting here like, what the hell happened? What the hell has gone wrong here? Where the Dolphins not only put in the 7th round pick and Quinn Ewers over me when they benched Tua Tagovailoa, but now they've gone out and signed and poached another quarterback off the Las Vegas Raiders practice squad who seems to have jumped me as well, who's on the 53-man roster, and likely, if Quinn Ewers were to just come out of the game today for whatever reason, would play over me today as well. Like, they paid Zach Wilson legit backup money. I mean, legit. He's one of the highest paid backups in the open market last season, and it became pretty evident, at least to me, Tobin, they have zero interest in Zach Wilson. Zero.
Yeah, which also it's also a bit of an indictment on the regime.
For sure. Like this idea of the reclamation project.
Yeah.
And they quickly realize, there's no reclamation here.
Look, I know it's the thing everybody is like into right now is like, you go and get a highly drafted quarterback and you try, look, it doesn't work out. Justin Fields didn't work out twice. Not everybody's going to be Sam Darnold. Maybe not everyone's going to be able to do that. Daniel Jones, of course, first half of the year, incredible. But it's a copycat league. Everybody thinks they're going to be able to get whatever they can at talent. Some guys just suck. Some guys are just busts. Back in my day, sometimes a quarterback was just a bust. That's it. And then you just move. You got it wrong, and that's okay. It happens. You do. I mean, will Tua get it? I'm sure somebody's going to think if Tua moves on, someone's going to think he could be our reclamation project. We get him on a good deal, and maybe he'll be good. Maybe he'll just suck. I don't know. Tua's a little bit of a difference because he's had production.
Right. Well, that one's different. Like you're willing to take that flyer on a guy who, at the very least, has shown you he can produce at a high level. I'm not saying Tua's one of the best quarterbacks. We all know that, but he's giving you on paper, on the field, he's giving you production. Like this idea that they were just going to turn Zach Wilson into Sam Darnold when there were other opportunities out there to bring it back up. I guess in the grand scheme of things, it didn't matter because this season was cooked when Tua's limitations became evident. But still, you're right. An indictment on everything that went on in the offseason.
One other thing we should note, Bradley Chubb was named Defensive Player of the Week. A great game by him, sack and a forced fumble. Are you aware of what's on the line for Bradley Chubb this week?
The Dolphins defense has to ball out today. That's all I know. They've got to be a top 20 defense, and Bradley Chubb is going to be a richer man.
Yeah. So remember, Bradley Chubb's whole contract is incentive based because of his injuries. So he restructured. He has hit games played. He has hit sacks. It is only contingent on if the Dolphins finish top 20 in points per game, which they are very close to doing. And it's really them and the Falcons who they have to finish ahead. And of course, Dan Day, your Saints, if Tyler Shuck could go light up the Falcons,
I'm so excited. I get to cheer for the Dolphins. Defense take care of business. I made a call to Tyler Shuck and said, man, you got to ball out today. You don't have to tell Saints guys to pound on the Atlanta Falcons. And then tonight, cheer for the Heat, the Pelicans. It's whoever you want to cheer for. But yeah, Saints are capable of putting up some big points now with Tyler Shuck, though. So I'm hoping.
If they do that, Bradley Chubb will get $5.5 million. That's crazy. Normally
lunch for everyone. Lunch.
Right, because there's another player on the Dolphins defense, I'm forgetting who now, that has a $500,000 incentive today if he ends up playing, and I don't know if it's a certain amount of tackles. I have to look it up, but he was crediting the Dolphins for allowing him to play. But $500K is usually what those incentives, sometimes for the top players, maybe $1 million, right? Like $1.5 million, $5 million. On the line today, Tobin.
Crazy,
$5 million. And it's not even like I've got to go out there and get a sack. It's, hey, my defense has to stop one of the best offenses in the NFL this year.
And I need another team. And I'm going to be scoreboard watching.
Right.
And
scoreboard watching.
It's 6 points we're watching for.
Wow.
So the Dolphins have to allow 6 or less points.
Oh, they have to make up 6 points.
Right.
That's crazy. This is going to be insane.
So, you mentioned Bradley Chubb. Kenneth Grant deserves a shout out too. Best game of his season in terms of like PFF grade last week. And look, I don't know what the deal is with this Jonas Vainaya, and Bradley Chubb to me is a huge mystery still. Like just a brutal season for him. But if you are looking for some sort of silver lining to the end of the season, and I'm not saying this is one to write home about, but the fact that your first round pick from a season ago has trended in a much better direction and has been productive compared to the first, 6-8 weeks of the season, and is playing better at the end of the season right now. To me, Tobin, no joke. Like I was thinking at one point, did we literally waste a second round pick last year and a first round pick? Honestly, like did we really waste those picks? And again, I don't know what the deal is with Savainaya. I'm hoping he'll look a lot better next year, the following year. Austin Jackson sure did with a couple of years under his belt. But the fact that Kenneth Grant is at least looking like a legit professional and a potential starter is a huge relief, in my opinion, for Dolphins fans.
All right, we'll take a break here on Gameday Uncensored. When we come back, as you can see, for those who are watching us on YouTube and Twitch, I am carrying a bat in honor of the great Mike McDaniel, who has apparently been carrying around a bag. Chris Perkins did this story on Mike McDaniel walking around with a bat. Some of the reactions to this from the players are just so golden. I gotta read some of these things to you because this is it's unbelievable with this guy's job potentially on the line, that this is what he has been doing all season. We'll take a break. More to come here on Gameday Uncensored. We're back after this.
The Miami Hurricanes are in the college football Final Four Thursday night at the
Uncensored, the pregame show for real Miami football fans on FM 104.3 WQAM.
And welcome back, everybody. It's game day. Uncensored here on FM 104.3 WQAM. Brendan Tobin and Alejandro Solana here with you. Dan Day running things for us here today as your Miami Dolphins got their Week 18 season finale against the New England Patriots on the road. Patriots, still something to play for. Seeding is still up in the air for the Patriots. The Denver Broncos are taking on LA today, who are not going to play Justin Herbert. They don't really have anything to play for. They're in. So we'll see how that all goes. I don't imagine Mike Vrabel as somebody who's taking things easy. And honestly, the Dolphins today look like they're the guys who are resting a bunch of people. Not only do they not have Devon Achane or Jalen Waddle, but Adam Schefter mentioned today on ESPN that the Dolphins may be resting several others for today's game. So just keep that in mind for all your entertainment purposes, whatever you're looking for on Porpoise props later on. Yeah. But no Devon Achane, no Jalen Waddle. Minkah Fitzpatrick's out for the game. For the game. He's missed the last 3 since that Monday Night Football injury. Austin Jackson dealt with an injury this week. Your boy Riley Patterson, though, he does get the opportunity to finish the year. Are you excited about that?
Yeah, I am. I think he deserves it. I think it would have been an unfair situation, if we're being 100% honest here, Tobin, for Riley Patterson to hold it down all season. Statistically, one of the most accurate seasons as a kicker that the Miami Dolphins have ever had. And then you're going to bring in Jason Sanders to kick it out the final week of the year. I think Jason Sanders will be back next year as a Dolphins kicker, but Riley Patterson should find a new home elsewhere. And plus, I want him to, pad his stats a little bit here to just bring it home strong for me one final time of the season.
Well, that is the situation the Dolphins are facing going into this. The Dolphins also, and I honestly, I don't mean any disrespect by this because I really do like this player, but I texted you yesterday when I was on my way to the Heat game because I just saw this news and I was like, the Dolphins still have this guy? I did not know Jeff Wilson was still on the Dolphins. I didn't know that he was still there. I had no idea that he was on the practice squad and that he was available for the Dolphins to play.
Do you want to know the crazier thing? This is his second elevation of the year.
It is?
It is. Yeah, I read that in the Herald from Barry Jackson this morning. This is his second elevation of the year.
I completely forgot. I was just like, this is... It floored me. Mike McDaniel must love Jeff Wilson. Loves to kind of have him around.
Also, it kind of means he's cooked, right, in terms of his career. And I don't mean that in a disrespectful way, but what I mean is we always kind of looked at him as like this pro's pro. And if you want to resort back to, more of a physical run play style, then, hey, Jeff Wilson's the guy. When he didn't make the 53-man roster this year, I kind of expected him to just go find a landing spot elsewhere. And I mean, if he was just hanging out on our practice squad all year, it kind of gives you an idea of where his career's at, right, Tobin?
Yeah, I mean, like, look, if you look at the situation, like, look how long it took for Jalen Wright to get some opportunities this year, and that was one of their pretty high draft picks from last year. So I get the situation wasn't exactly like the Dolphins. I mean, you got one of the best running backs in the league who's going to get the majority of the touches. Ollie Gordon was their short yardage guy. Like he was their rookie. They wanted to give him the situation. That's kind of Jeff Wilson's bread and butter. So I'm not surprised. That's why I was like, oh yeah, I didn't realize he was still hanging around. I thought he was on a couch somewhere. I didn't know. I like him as a player, but anyway, he's got the potential.
Are we going to see him? Are we going to see him a lot today? Considering, I mean, Jalen Wright, Ollie Gordon. You want to know. At the very least, you want those guys to get the opportunity to close out the season strong. I mean, I understand having the third running back and the importance of it, but we know, what Jeff Wilson's all about. Give me a game of Jalen Wright. Give me a game of Ollie Gordon, and let's see how those two look in the backfield.
By the way, Gameday Uncensored are brought to you by the Lexus December to Remember sales event. Get offers on select models now through January 5th, which is tomorrow. So you might want to get those offers in for this holiday season. One last present to you guys, everybody. All right, so I want to get to this story. Chris Perkins is going to join us next hour. He had this incredible story on Mike McDaniel. If you guys are watching on YouTube and Twitch, you guys can see I have my bat with me in honor of Mike McDaniel. If you're listening on the radio, it is a big old maple bat because we're gonna swing. We're keeping on. We're gonna swing. You know, that's what we're gonna be about with this last game here for your Miami Dolphins. But Chris Perkins apparently is like, he's got these quotes from the players, and I'm just like, I don't think anybody seems to really like get what the hell's going on here with Mike McDaniel. But he apparently just showed up in the middle of the season when the Dolphins are bad, and he's just got a bat. And Patrick Ball, he goes, quote, at some point in the season, I just saw him with the bat, and I was like, all right. But now it does make sense. It's like, we're still in this. We're fine. Jalen Waddle said, quote, I couldn't tell you anything about it. Jordan Brooks, I really don't know what it means. I think it's a mentality thing, to be honest. I never really asked about it. Daniel Brunskill, it doesn't really do anything for me. I'm more into football stuff, but I get it for some guys. And of course, whenever you need somebody to pretend like they know what's going on, who do you go to? You go to Alec Ingold.
Yep.
He goes, I think it's a reminder to be violently present in everything you do. I think it's a reminder to lock into the moment. That's kind of his tool that he's been using this year. He also revealed to Chris Perkins that there have been multiple bats. At certain points, a player has gotten to carry a bat. But this guy loves himself a bit. He really does.
I mean, I love that Jordan Brooks is like, I don't know. I don't. I go ask Alec Ingold. Like, don't ask me anymore about this, Perk. Please go ask Alec Ingold and get your quote. Like, you could tell there's some guys who fall in line and they're there for the cutesy stuff, and then there's other guys who are like, what are we doing here, man? What's this guy doing with the bat? Come on.
And also, like, the thing that it starts off where Perk writes, sometimes Dolphins coach Mike McDaniel walks around the team facility carrying a wooden baseball bat in a menacing fashion. Occasionally, McDaniel will take the bat to a team meeting. Like, so is menacing fashion, like, do you look upon that? Is that drag? Does he walk around? Does he do the old, has it by the, right behind the split, and you're kind of hitting the sweet spot in your hand? Is
right.
That menacing? Like, what do you picture his style is with carrying a bat around menacingly?
It's the way you've been holding it, which is just over the shoulder. Maybe
over the shoulder.
He'll do like a little walk.
Double shoulder. You think he ever just throws it over? He goes, yeah.
Little stretch.
Gonna warm up here. Like, what is he doing? I don't understand this.
The thing is, I go back to what I said earlier. He's not menacing. Like, there's not much menacing about the dude that's 5'5" in those chino pants that he rolls up just below the knee. There's just not much menacing about him. So I respect him trying to use a prop to motivate the team, but don't you have to explain the prop, Tobin? Like, if half the guys just don't know what you're doing, like, who knows? Maybe they're like, oh, maybe he's trying out for the Marlins AAA affiliate, like, this coaching thing's not working. Maybe he's got a tryout coming up and he's keeping the back close by. Don't you have to explain the prop so that people in the facility understand why said prop is being used?
Perk writes, last week, outside linebacker Derek McLendon proudly paraded it on the field for pregame warmups before the Tampa Bay Bucks game at Hard Rock Stadium. He did the same for the New York Jets game in MetLife. But Derek McLendon, like, is an end of the roster guy. Like, you're going to buy into whatever the coach has. Hey, coach, couple swings, couple cuts.
Yeah.
Jordan Brooks has no time. Like, Jordan Brooks, like, get that bat away from me.
McLendon, like, brought in his own bat. He started hanging out with the bat. I see you, coach.
Coach.
Hey, Tobin, I see that bat there has a couple scuff marks. You hit a couple ding dongs back in the day.
Yeah, well, this one I didn't get to play with, but I've like hit this one. I've honestly just hit like grounders to my son with. Like, that's all this bat has gotten to be used for. But
who'd that belong to?
Oh, it was my bat, but I never really. I was just like, at first I got it because it's a Miguel Cabrera bat, and I love Miguel Cabrera.
Yeah.
But I've only used this to hit like grounders to my son. I've never taken BP with it or not, but it's still in good condition. My other bats are all like my other wood bats are broken.
Why exactly were you using wood bats though? I'm trying to figure this out. I mean, were you?
That's the only bat that I have my side. My only other metal bat from when I played is cracked. So like when I was gonna hit stuff to my son, like this is what I had. This like to hit stuff to him. So that's the reason.
All right, you're buying wood bat. I like it, man. Like you're old school, you know.
Yeah.
You don't believe in this titanium garbage.
There's a lot of tournaments now. They have only wood bat tournaments because of insurance. So because kids are, I mean, these kids are getting so good at baseball, dude. It's ridiculous. So they won't even sanction a tournament without it being a wood bat tournament.
That's crazy. I didn't know that.
Yeah. I mean, so it's pretty wild. Now, you know, I'm sure like the Canes still use metal bats and all that type of stuff. You know, that's
college baseball. They're still using the metal bats,
but they're, you know, that's NCAA. They got some coin to make that happen.
Yeah.
But you know, and also and then you know, so now it's we haven't been playing ball for a little bit, so now it's just to keep on swinging.
I like it, man.
Keep on swinging for the Dolphins. That's how we want to go about it.
Keep chopping, keep swinging with the bat. Bring out
next year, yeah. Next year,
Marucci.
Yeah, next year it's going to be an axe, right? Like if he's back, he's like, all right, guys.
Then, you know, fast forward 10 years from now, he's just carrying around a chainsaw in the facility.
Right. Just all weapons, anything that he could go with. The thing that was funny about it though, like, do you remember the story of Jack Del Rio putting a stump in the middle of the locker room?
I do, yes.
And a player cut himself with the axe because there was an axe in there. And you know, if you don't know what you're doing with an axe, I mean, if it gets away with you, if you have the wrong leverage point, you could hurt yourself.
Do you think McDaniel is vying for his to keep his position? He's trying to convince a billionaire, somebody who is a very serious man in Stephen Ross, to allow him to keep running his $1 billion investment. Do you think Mike McDaniel walks into a meeting room with Stephen Ross with his Louisville Slugger?
Maybe the only chance he has. I think so. I also want to.
And Stephen Ross is asking him what's the deal with the bat?
What are you doing?
And he proudly tells him it's a motivational tool, coach or Steve, motivational tool. I mean, he's got to look at him like, what are you doing?
Am I allowed to bring this to work tomorrow? Am I like, is that within Odyssey code? Am I allowed to bring in this, or am I going to get like a tutorial from Len and be like, you can't bring in the bat.
You're going to get written up. Oh, well, you know, Len, like he sees that. He thinks,
it's a legal issue.
Yeah, 100%. You're going to have to watch some 2-hour HR compliance video. Just make Jay Fig do it, or make Marcos do it.
It's like, it's just swing from segment to segment. That's what it is. You know, you got to keep on moving. Guy says, he goes, grounders, there's a fungo bat for that. Dude, I'm not a coach though. Like, I'm not going to go buy coaching equipment.
Oh no, I like that though, man. Like your kid wants to, you know, practice a little infield. You're not buying a machine. You hit him a couple grounders. I love that.
I bought him a bucket of baseballs on Facebook Marketplace for $25. We got like 70 baseballs. And when we had to go meet up the person, we met him at an Advanced Auto Parts, like in the parking lot. And my son's like, this feels illegal. I'm like, it does feel illegal.
When's the last time you went for BP? Like, you just went to the batting cages?
There's no batting cages down here.
Really?
Anymore. Nah, maybe down by you, but like up by me, there used to be one. There was an indoor place in Coral Springs called the Batter's Box. I loved going to that place. Boomers had a couple. All the Boomers batting cages now, they're like covered in vines.
Wow. That's
where
crazy.
I live in North Beach. They have a batting cage and a baseball field, and all day I'm sitting there, you know, doing what I do, listening to music and having a few drinks. I hear tink, tink, tink.
There's a batting cage in North Beach?
In North Beach, man. Right there off 71st. Yeah.
That's crazy. Yeah.
I think there's a million by me, man. Like in the Kendall area, I'm
sure in Kendall and Hialeah, I'm sure there's still batting cages. I think Hialeah Park has a batting cage.
Yeah.
I think that's probably the last batting cage that I went to, come to think of it. But in Broward, I don't know where there's a good batting cage. From Broward up north, I don't think there's like any. I think people, like, you either go to a baseball facility, like there's plenty of places that are like indoor baseball facilities where like you could go and hit baseballs, like if you rent some cage time, but like just literally going and paying like $20 for 4 tokens to go hit. I don't think there's any of those places up in Broward and Palm Beach anymore that I'm aware of.
Well, the reason I ask is I went a couple of years ago with my roommate at the time, one of my best friends, and we're like, let's just go, a little BP, Tobin, little BP. And we go to Tamiami Park right by FIU. There's a batting cage in there. I must have swung for, I don't know, like 20 minutes, 25 minutes, couple rounds. I could not move the next week. I mean, you use so many muscles that you don't normally use. Bro, I could not move. It was a very humbling experience. Very humbling.
Adrian texts me. He says CB Smith in Pembroke Pines still has batting cages. All right. Well, maybe I'll if I'm ever driving around Pines, maybe I'll swing by on the way home.
Get you ready for baseball season. Hit a little BP.
Crazy. This is a wild thing. All right, we'll take a break here on the program. When we come back, we got to get to the news of the week. Troy Aikman has been hired by the Miami Dolphins. What the hell is going on here? We're back with more after this.
I'm Tyler Hero of the Miami Heat. Listen to our games here.
Back to back for the Heat. The Pelicans have come to Miami.
And HD1 Miramar, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, and WQAM AM Miami, an Odyssey sports station.
Powered by Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys.
Call 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
It's another Game Day Uncensored.
The final game of a Dolphin season we'd all like to forget is upon us. Today, the Fins are in Foxborough to face a formidable foe, the New England Patriots, who are playing like the Pats of old. Zach Sealer loves the way Quinn Ewers and all the other rookies stepped up last week in that win over the Bucs, and he's hopeful it'll happen again today.
I think it was a great game to see a lot of guys step up and make some plays. Obviously, we all know we're not going to sugarcoat it. We're not making playoffs, but to see guys go out there no matter the conditions and just play their best ball and show no quit, man, it was really awesome to see. So it's been exciting to see these young boys grow up, and look forward to keep playing and keep growing up on them.
Mike McDaniel has praise as well.
I made a point of it when I was talking to the team. You know, you're talking about we had our first undrafted this year with Theo Weiss. You have Quinn. Then you have Jay Marsh had a ton of plays and a takeaway. And, you know, Zeke Biggers had a field goal block. And, you know, I think we've been heavily reliant upon all the rookie class.
Will the new guys lead the Finns to victory this afternoon versus the Pats? We'll try to figure that out. It's Game Day Uncensored, the pregame show for real Miami football fans, with Tobin and Solana, Omar Kelly, and Chris Perkins on FM 104.3 WQAM, Miami's sports leader.
Game Day Uncensored on FM 104.3 WQAM is brought to you by the Lexus TX. Room for all your passions in 3 rows of luxurious comfort. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Edmore Sawgrass Cadillac. Shop over 22 acres of Cadillacs built for luxury and performance at Edmore Sawgrass Cadillac. Start your game-winning drive today at Edmore Sawgrass Cadillac. EdmoreSawgrassCadillac.com. And by JM Lexus. JM Lexus has the best team in the business. A 4.8 Google rating with over 22,000 reviews and counting. JM Lexus, West Sample Road, Margate.
And welcome back, everybody. It's Game Day Uncensored here on FM 104.3 WQAM. Brendan Tobin alongside Alejandro Solana here with you as we take you up until the 4:25 kickoff between the Miami Dolphins and New England Patriots, the season finale for your Miami Dolphins. Patriots are moving on. They are going to the postseason, and they could get the 1 seed today, beating the Dolphins and other things breaking their way. So there is some things still at stake. Solana's boots on the ground at the Kaseya Center right now as you got Heat and Pelicans coming your way. I saw just now from Anthony Chang in the Miami Herald that Tyler Hero has been upgraded to questionable. So Boy Wonder could be making his return after missing, 11 straight games?
11 or 12. And, yesterday, the worst part, other than the loss, was that, Jaime goes out. Norm was a little banged up. Your boy Nico took one in the spot you never want to take one. So it was one of those games,
right,
man.
in the Serbian twins. It's a tough one. He's questionable today too with a groin contusion, so he got blasted pretty bad. Jaime hurt his ankle. He's doubtful for today, so
he's not playing, right? There's no way he's playing.
I don't think so. So Tyler Hero could be right here to the rescue to see what the hell's been going on. He's missed 31 damn games. So.
I don't know why. I don't know why you're celebrating over there, Dan. I mean, me and Tobin and you could suit up and still beat the Pelicans. So let's not jump for joy just yet.
Come on, man. Why are you doing this to me right now?
He lost to the Kings this year, Solana. Like, don't put anything past them with their helter skelter season the way it's gone so far.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You feel like you have it chalked up, and then all of a sudden, even that game yesterday was like very back and forth, and then just the wheels fell off in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, that was tough.
You're fine. Don't worry. You got this today. You got
Hope
this.
so.
I know both of these teams very well, and probably more than anybody. I know both of these teams. The Heat are okay today.
All right, so let's get to this, boys. This is the Perkins going to join us this later on this hour. We'll talk to Chris Perkins from the South Florida Sun Sentinel, but the story of the week that swept the Dolphins universe is the Dolphins have hired former Cowboys quarterback, current voice of Monday Night Football, Troy Aikman, to aid them in their general manager search. And very, very random, very strange that the Dolphins found the need to go and bring in Troy Aikman, but apparently they love the fact that he's got connections all over the league. He's been making calls, who would be open to the job, who would be in on it. There's been a lot of deep dive on the Troy Aikman thing. But he's going to be involved in the process. This is a process that apparently is going to be led by Stephen Ross, Tom Garfinkel, and Stephen Ross's son-in-law, Danny Silman. And then on the Dolphins operations side, it's going to be Brandon Shore, their cap guru, with Troy Aikman, and apparently Dan Marino is going to be involved as well. Notice none of these have said that Mike McDaniel is going to be involved in these searches. But what did you make, Solana? This Troy Aikman news comes out this week. I don't remember what day it was, but it's been kind of roving around the ether of the Dolphins that they have brought in Troy Aikman, and he is going to help them in trying to find their next general manager.
Well, when you say random and just like, I think the word you used was random and weird. Why? Why do you say it's random and weird? I know the randomness of like, oh, Troy Aikman, but I don't know. I mean,
answered your own question.
Yeah, but like, I don't think it's weird in the sense that, okay, Stephen Ross wants to get this hire right. Stephen Ross wants an outsider's perspective. And what do you do when you're a billionaire owner and you're trying to find people that possess knowledge that you don't about a business clearly that you have no knowledge about, based on every single hire that he's made that has gone terribly wrong. You look for people who carry cachet. And to me, Troy Aikman is one of them. He's on the Monday Night Football telecast, which is the most watched football game every single week. Like, to me, it's like, for us, it was just random out of nowhere. Troy Aikman, where'd that come from? But when you really start to pull back the layers here, it makes all the sense in the world to me. Stephen Ross says, hey, I have this relationship. He's clearly somebody who has won at every level, and I want him to be a part of whatever it is that I do next here for the next era of my organization. Like, I'm not saying Troy Aikman's the right guy I want helping lead this process, but it makes sense to me that Stephen Ross is just going to try to reach out to as many brilliant football minds, or what he considers to be brilliant football minds, as possible to make the right hire.
Yeah, like, look, I'm not hating on it. I just thought, it is random. Like, that's the only thing. It's like, we're just like, wait, what? Because he doesn't, to our knowledge, didn't really have any ties to Stephen Ross. And Stephen Ross has kind of done this throughout his career where he'll just look and seek football counsel from people. Now, a lot of the times he's been led astray to the wrong type of situation. The Dolphins haven't had a GM search in over 10 years since the Dennis Hickey search. So I get it. You kind of want to, go every corner of the earth to try and figure this thing out. The thing that's interesting about it is, the last time Troy Aikman was discussing the Miami Dolphins, he was ripping Mike McDaniel to shreds.
Yeah.
And that, I think that's the thing that I found interesting, is that this has been described as a search for a general manager, but he seems to have pretty strong stances on the coach. And the thing that's interesting about this is, though there's not a lot of GM vacancies out there in the NFL, I can't imagine a lot of candidates do want to come here tied with the coach, because that just never seems to go well. And so I just wonder what is going to be Troy Aikman's fold as far as, like, what if he goes and he goes, hey, I've reached out. Here's the thing. Nobody wants to be saddled with that guy and have him as your head coach. Does he have enough swing with all of this to tell Stephen Ross, you guys need to just clear this out? Because to me, any guy they bring in from the outside that Troy Aikman has had influence in, I feel like is going to want to start fresh with their own coach. So unless they're going to stick with Champ Kelly, which I don't imagine, I feel bad for Champ, but it feels like you wouldn't bring in this whole, headhunter situation with keeping the same guy. I feel like that's the only way where Mike would. My whole thing on this has been, if you're going to go all these steps, doesn't feel like a status quo type of thing, which is good for the Dolphins. I don't think anybody wants that. But it's been weird that the narrative that has come out recently has been, oh, no, he still likes Stephen Ross. Stephen Ross still likes Mike McDaniel. He's leaning to keep Mike McDaniel. But I don't feel like this bodes well for anybody sticking around if you're going to bring in this kind of a name to buy your organization the credibility that things are going to change.
But here's where I think, we're in this world where, like, we're just sick of McDaniel. I think I speak for most people, and I know there's a lot of Dolphins fans that still think Mike McDaniel is a good head coach and they want to see him back next year. I mean, good for you. And I'll stay consistent as I've been all season. Like, I want clean slate. Let's just move forward. Let's get rid of the stink here. But I think we're downplaying, because of this world we live in, where, most people feel the way we feel, Tobin, how well respected Mike McDaniel is around the league. Genuinely, how well respected he is around the league. And I think that goes for general managers. I think that goes for players. And I think that goes for other head coaches as well, other coordinators, because every time you hear anybody talk about Mike McDaniel, all they do is praise him for how unbelievable of a mind he has in terms of play calling. And again, like, I'm not telling you that I want him back next year. I just think there are general managers around the league, or perhaps people who can become the next general manager of the Miami Dolphins, who may not look at having Mike McDaniel be their head coach as a detriment. They actually might look at it as a positive. And another layer here is, Tobin, who else is available in this coaching cycle that we genuinely believe is going to become available? You can talk to me about Harbaugh. You can talk to me about Tomlin. I mean, that is such a shot in the dark, man. Those guys.
What about Stefanski? Stefanski getting fired?
Yeah, but like, you're replacing Mike McDaniel for Mike McDaniel. Like, you're replacing him for a guy who's won one playoff game with Baker Mayfield since he's been in Cleveland, and every move that they've made has been just as disastrous as Mike McDaniel and the Miami Dolphins. Like, is Stefanski really the guy you want to bring in to get rid of the stink when he's carrying a lot of baggage with him, a lot of stink in another place that was just a disaster and a dumpster fire for a long time? All I'm saying is, when we're looking at the situation of a general manager not wanting to come here if Stephen Ross is hell-bent on keeping Mike McDaniel at least for another year, maybe we have to approach it differently, because I don't think it would keep a lot of people from taking this job.
Yeah, but isn't that the problem that he's always run into? Like, it just feels like it was Stephen Ross. If you're going to go and have the hire of a guy of Troy Aikman's stature in the league, right? And you're going to go about this whole big time search, you're still going to be in a position where, all right, let's say it doesn't work out, and you're going to have to end up firing Mike McDaniel again anyway.
Yeah.
So, I mean, maybe it's just the point of, okay, you don't think there are better candidates out there right now. All right, fine. But I just feel like you're still doing this thing in baby steps instead of what this organization really calls for right now, which is just completely wipe the slate clean. This was Mike McDaniel during the week. He was asked about the Troy Aikman hire, and this is what McDaniel had to say on that.
There's a report that Troy Aikman is going to be helping the organization find the next GM. I'm wondering if you have a relationship with Troy, and do you think that works in your favor toward returning in any way?
Okay, so I can answer your first question with I was in conversations that I won't share beyond. With ownership, I was aware, and I think I'm not opposed to more information ever. I think prioritizing the importance of a decision, you educate yourself, and I think Troy Aikman speaks for himself in terms of his relationships that he's had within the National Football League, and knows a lot of things that information is a positive to me, and being able to resource that, I think we're fortunate. I'm excited for that. As far as everything else, again, I'm not going to spend 1 second of this job prioritizing what my job is under some other, does this work for me? Or my priority is, all right, I'm a head coach, and I'm going to take those responsibilities as they relate to everybody involved in the organization, and take those serious and focus on that. And I'm not joking, lying, misleading. I don't think about all those questions ever. It's a waste of my time, and I don't try to waste my time or other people's.
Except with a baseball bat on my shoulders. Props.
Did you guys see just now, Riley Leonard, his first NFL pass was a 75-yard touchdown.
Was it really?
Yeah.
Did you guys see that Phillip Rivers is now like that was another one that came out today. Phillip Rivers. Why are the Colts so strange? They did this with Jeff Saturday. They did this with who else was it? Was it Josh McCown after he retired? But apparently now Phillip Rivers, who has only coached high school, comes back and does this stint with the Colts. Now he's being looked at as a head coaching candidate. Did you see that this morning, Solana? I don't know.
I didn't. I
saw that reported this week that Phillip Rivers is apparently going to get some run in the NFL coaching cycle. Phillip Rivers do it for you?
No. I'm about done with Phillip Rivers. It was a cute little story, and almost won a football game.
He did almost beat the Seahawks.
Almost won a football game, and it was fun. Let's move on. I'm done with Phillip Rivers. Let's move on.
Fair enough. So, do you think this? So, this was the one thing that I found fascinating about the Troy Aikman thing, right? When I first got the news about this Troy Aikman thing, right? I think we all said like, "All right, that's very strange." And then it was pointed out that, oh yeah, he crushed Mike McDaniel for Monday Night Football, the last meaningful game for this season. But then I saw Dave Hyde reported that he was already hired by the Dolphins when he did that.
Right.
Which I don't even know what to make of that. Like, does that bode better or worse for the head coach that the guy killed you on national television while he was a consultant for the team?
But did he do that almost like now, you have to go back and kind of see it all play out. By the way, everything he said was well warranted.
Of course.
I mean, that entire clock management situation was a nightmare. Just an absolute nightmare. But did he almost do that to like really pile it on the Dolphins so that when this news came out, people couldn't accuse him of being too kind on the Dolphins? I'm not even kidding. Like, do you think he really leaned in to criticism of the Fins so that when this came out, nobody could possibly accuse him of being, I don't know, like biased a little bit towards Miami?
I don't know, because here's the thing. I think if he doesn't do it, I don't think anybody really thinks about it. Like,
nobody goes back to that game and
I don't think
calling
really
anything.
I don't even think anybody looks at the timeline of it, but it's such a storyline of, hey, he was getting crushed, and that also basically was the jumping off point of moving on from Tua. It's hard not to feel like there's some type of agenda there. I don't know what it is. I don't know.
The messaging, right? Like messaging to Steve Ross, like, hey, I'm watching your football team. This is a disaster.
Yeah.
Like, hey, you hired me. I know you're watching the game tonight. You know I'm on the call. You know I'm analyzing pretty much every possible thing about this organization now. Yeah, this is a joke. This is a clown show.
Well, this is the thing. Like when I first saw this story, I was under the impression that Stephen Ross is kicking back and hearing this broadcast. He goes, "I want that guy. Let's get him in. I want to hire him." Right. But now that it's been there, and it's like no, he was already in the fold. Like I'm like, man, I don't know if that's better or worse for the coach.
Could it be as simple as this? Like we're going through so many different machinations. We're going through so many different results that could possibly play out with Mike McDaniel. Could it literally be as simple as, guys, Troy Aikman crushed McDaniel, basically said he doesn't know what the hell he's doing out there in the fourth quarter of a Monday Night Football game, embarrassed him, and now he's part of the team that's leading up the next general manager hire, and we think kind of pushing the Dolphins in another direction. McDaniel's done. Like, could it really be as simple as that, Tobin? Just connect the two dots. That's all you have to do.
Well, I think the other thing too is, where does the Tua contract play into this and McDaniel's responsibility in that? Because his identity is so tied, it has been so tied to Tua. Now he's obviously tried to put some distance in that with bringing in Quinn Ewers. But if he had a say in that, and if it's true that Brandon Shore wasn't into giving the extension and he's got a say in it, Dan Marino, people have had the thing with Dan Marino. Here's my theory on the Dan Marino thing. I think Dan Marino just likes to float. I think Dan Marino likes to come in, hobnob. He's got some takes every once in a while, but he doesn't really want any responsibility. I think like Troy Aikman's almost there to bring some of that out of him and being like, come on, man, this guy sucks. Or this guy is like, that's not going to, like, I think like it's almost there. Having Aikman as a peer is almost to like get Dan Marino back to the fold of, I need you to be a little bit more cutthroat, not just have the funny hat on in the sidelines and be friends with everybody.
Yeah.
But I think that if McDaniel was if McDaniel did have this big say in Tua getting the deal, which we think that he did, we all believe that he did. How is that not something when the GM can be like, wait, you want me the coach, but like this guy thought it was a smart idea to nuke your cap, giving this guy a contract? Like,
right, but you also have
how is that not going to be something that plays into this hiring?
But you have to look at it from the other perspective too, which I'm sure Troy Aikman and even Dan Marino, and whoever, right? Look at it from McDaniel's brought in here to make Tua work. Then he has success in 2023.
Right.
They lead the league in offense. And look, I'm not, because I know somebody's going to say, oh, look at their record against playoff teams. Like, I'm not campaigning for that. I'm just telling you have to look at it from the perspective of Mike McDaniel. He had success with the guy, and if they don't pay him, then he's not going to have the guy. Tua was going to sit out. And now Mike McDaniel's in a position where
he was going to sit out for the offseason. He wasn't going to sit out the season. Like,
well, you don't know that, Tobin. You don't know that.
Nobody does that.
Nobody has
the season.
Nobody has the concussion history that Tua had in terms of the way it was perceived nationally. Like if Tua was literally going to risk his money and his future to go out there and play and then be plastered all over national TV, which, by the way, ended up happening week 2. He never would have gotten that contract, Tobin. He wouldn't have played.
Fine, but here's the thing, is Tua and paying everybody all these monies, like all the stars, McDaniel had this false sense like he was a star whisperer, and he wasn't. Like, he had to give all these guys the most money immediately whenever they put pressure on the organization, and McDaniel's response was never, well, sorry. Like, he never wanted anybody to be upset, and it didn't pay off for him anyway, because all those stars walked all over him, which is also part of him being the head of an organization. The creativity and Mike McDaniel being a smart guy and all this type of stuff, nobody has ever debated that. I'm sure he is very creative. It is about running an organization and being able to put your foot down. And now all of a sudden he wants to do it with props and be like, we're going to come with some type of intensity that he's never had. And by the way, he also sucks in the middle of games and makes terrible decisions in games. He's bad at challenges. There's not a lot of great positivity there.
I'm not disagreeing with anything you're saying. I'm not telling you that I disagree. I'm just saying I can view it from a different lens, from a different perspective, which is, hey, a head coach in the NFL achieves success with a certain player leading the success. Tua was the person most responsible for it. I know Tyreek Hill is as well, but Tua was the main cog there. He was brought in to change his career around. He achieved that success, and now he's looking down the lens of, wait, that guy's not going to be available for me? No, we've got to get him paid. And the only contract that Tua was going to take, based on his representation, vouching for the contract that was on the table that offseason, every other quarterback was getting, the Goffs and the Herberts, was what Tua ended up getting paid. And I don't think Tua should have gotten that money. But what else is Mike McDaniel supposed to do? Go tell Stephen Ross, yeah, we can't pay that guy that amount of money. And then what? He would have been stuck with who? Leading that quarterback room, Skylar Thompson? We saw how that panned out. I'm just saying I don't think it's an indictment on McDaniel that he vouched for his quarterback that led the number one offense the year prior to get paid.
We'll take a break. We'll have Chris Perkins join the conversation. Perk from the South Florida Sun Sentinel. We're back with more for this.
Hey, we want to hear what you have to say. Text
We're back here on Game Day Uncensored on FM 104.3 WQAM as we take you guys up until the hold on, let me get my bat. You got to keep on swinging, everybody. As we get you ready for Dolphins and Patriots. It's that time, ladies and gentlemen. Chris Perkins from the South Florida Sun-Sentinel. He stops by the program. Perk, I got my baseball bat on my shoulder. I know you can't see me right now, buddy, but you've inspired me. Just like Mike McDaniel, I'm doing the radio show with a baseball bat here today.
Ah, there you go, man. I like to see that, baby. Beat some sense into the Patriots. I like it.
What? Okay, you got to. Where the hell did you find out about the bat? The story was incredible.
Oh yeah, thanks. So you know what happened was, I get to these games like insanely early, and I'm just pulling in now, so I'm not insanely early today. But I had noticed Derek McClendon with a baseball to the left or right. Left. Okay. Sorry guys. So Derek McClendon had this baseball bat out there last week, so I asked him in the locker room. I was like, Derek, what's up with the baseball bat? And he was like, actually, Mike McDaniel carries the bat. It's Mike's bat, and he'll give it to players. And so I started asking players about it, and so they were telling me, what the story was with the baseball bat and how it evolved. And so, yes, I think it's a great deal. I think Mike is really doing some good coaching right now. Now, granted, the coaching is getting you more mediocrity. You might be, 8-9 or 7-10. But I really think Mike is kind of in his bag as far as coaching, from play calling, from motivation. And I think the bat is a great example of that, just how he passes it around, and players are kind of into the physicality and all that. And Patrick Paul told me that he as he remembers the bat first surfaced, around the time that they started putting this win streak together around the Atlanta game. So give Mike McDaniel some motivational credit, man. The baseball bat is a great deal.
But is it really like Perk? I love the story, and I think there are certain guys in that locker room that would vouch for Mike McDaniel, Patrick Paul being one of them, just because he just seems like a happy-go-lucky guy in general, and Alec Ingold as well, because he's America's #1 soldier, no matter where he is. Right. I mean, I read the quotes from you from Jordan Brooks. Like, he didn't seem too thrilled with it. Jalen Waddle seemed to have no comment on it. Like, is this really a unanimous, we love the bat in the Dolphins locker room, or is this just a couple guys who are like, oh, Mike McDaniel's trying to inspire us, and a couple other guys like, we're done with this guy?
Yeah, I don't think anybody's done with him, but I think there's guys, like you said, with Waddle and Brooks and Daniel Brunskill, who are kind of like, I'm not really into the bat. So the bat is a thing that, if you're motivated by such things, it's going to motivate you. If not, if you're pretty businesslike, then, you're just going to kind of look at the bat and keep it moving. But, the fact that it is working for some players and that Mike thought this up, I give him credit. Look, it's not universal. And again, you're improving to mediocrity, right? You're going to be 8-9 or 7-10. So let's not go overboard with this thing. But it's a good thing for Mike, I think, and it's a good thing for the players who choose to buy into it.
What's your sense, right, Perk? I mean, everybody seems to be a little up in the air with Mike's future. Do you think that he's coaching for his job today? You think it's decided? Does it matter on the GM search? Like, where do you think things lie with his future right now?
Well, I would say this. For the sake of this organization, I would hope that Mike's future does not rely on a game with a 7th-round quarterback playing, no Devon Achane, no Jalen Waddle. It's like, if his fate relies on the outcome of this game, we can sign the going away papers right now, correct? I mean, I guess there's a chance they pull off the big upset, but the Patriots need to win this game. The Dolphins, they're going to be short on key personnel, so I'm not giving them much of a chance. I'll give them a puncher's chance, but I don't give them much of a chance. I would think that if you're Steve Ross, you pretty much decided what's going to happen to Mike McDaniel by now. That, 4 years of work can't come down to a game against a 13-3 Patriots team that needs to win for the first, for the #1 seed. So you guys know where I stand. Like, I like Mike, I respect Mike, but his teams have underachieved and disappointed. I don't think he should be back. I think you just make the clean sweep, GM, coach, quarterback, and you start over. But, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
But do you think that's what's going to ultimately end up happening, Perk? Do you think this time tomorrow, Stephen Ross, because I'm in agreement with you. I think Stephen Ross probably and likely has made up his decision. I don't know which way I'm leaning that decision towards, by the way. I have no real sense of what he's going to do. But this time tomorrow, 1:30 p.m. tomorrow, Monday, do you think Mike McDaniel still is the head coach of the Dolphins? I'm not saying that he'll be the head coach next year, but I'm just saying this time tomorrow, like, is Stephen Ross going to make this decision tomorrow morning at 8 in the morning?
No. Mike McDaniel is already scheduled to speak at a press conference at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, the season-ending press conference. Mike is the only one scheduled to speak. Champ Kelly is not scheduled to speak, so take that for what it's worth. But, Champ hasn't been here the whole season. It's usually at the season-ending press conference, I'll say this, it's usually the GM and the head coach. So it's usually Greer and McDaniel, but it's only scheduled to be Mike McDaniel tomorrow. But so we know that, like, at least at tomorrow at like 1:15 or whatever time the press conference is, he's still scheduled to be the Dolphins head coach.
Hey, Perk, Jalen Waddle seems like he's not going to play today. He's a little shy of 1,000 yards. His back-to-back seasons didn't hit that mark. What do you think that his future is? Like, are the Dolphins going to be a good enough offense with him being the number one receiver on this team going forward? Do they maybe look for a taker to revamp there? What do you think is his future looking like?
I think for the new GM, one of the first things to decide, is what direction you want to go with this franchise in 2026, because you are going to have both Devon Achane and Jalen Waddle. So, are you going to trade both of them and do the whole complete rebuild thing? Or do you think that, maybe we can get, 8 or 9 wins out of this team next year? And because look, we've seen recently, you don't necessarily have to tear the whole thing down and make a 3-year plan to rebuild, right? Chicago didn't do that. Denver didn't do that. Jacksonville didn't do that. You can kind of catch this thing with, going down to, 5 wins or 6 wins or 7 wins. So they don't have to get rid of all of their talent. I don't know which way it's going to go, but they don't have to get rid of Waddle. I think if Waddle's your number one receiver, you're probably, I wouldn't plan on winning a playoff game, but if you have the right quarterback and running back, you definitely can. Waddle is not an elite receiver, but he could be a decent number one.
What about Devon Achane? Is there no doubt in your mind the Dolphins are going to take care of him in the offseason and bring him back next year?
I would, but I don't know what the Dolphins are thinking. What I would do is kind of structure his contract so it's really kind of like a 2-year deal, even if it's like a 3 or 4-year deal. Have most of the money up front, the guaranteed money, definitely. But the other thing that I would do, and I've said this, with Waddle, I would have it like Detroit, where they have Gibbs and Montgomery, because Waddle is still a 191-pound back. And if he's getting 20, 25 touches a game, I'm not planning on him being around for 4 years. And that's the case with most running backs. So, if you keep keep Achane, I wouldn't have him as my number one, number one in touches by a wide margin for the next 4 years. I would spread it out a little bit.
So no more Achane or bust is what you're saying.
That's it.
Perk, what was your reaction to the Troy Aikman stuff this week? Weird? Do you like it? What do you make of it?
It's a little weird, but I do like it. I like that they're getting some outside eyes from the organization. It had been floated by Omar Kelly of the Miami Herald, who will be on this show later, that they should get Jason Taylor and Zach Thomas. And I like where he's going with that, but I like having outside eyes, somebody from outside the organization. I don't know who, Jason and Zach are loyal to in the organization. Troy Aikman is not loyal to anybody. So I like having the outside eyes on this whole situation. It brings a different perspective, and a perspective that I think is needed.
What's your gut feeling about the next era of Dolphins football? Like, Tobin and I have just been going back and forth, and what realistically can happen here? The Dolphins just clean house, fire McDaniel, bring in another GM. That GM hires another head coach, which is probably what they should have been doing for the past decade, Berg. Or does Stephen Ross make the big swing? He goes after, the big coach or the big quarterback. Like what realistically do you think is going to end up being the route that Stephen Ross ultimately takes?
Man, I really have no idea. But I'll say this, and I've said this before. I hope they go the route of building a complete team. Like Detroit, like Philly, and like San Francisco, a team that's not just quarterback dependent. That you can run the ball, you can throw the ball, you can win with defense, meaning your pass rush or your secondary. Build a complete team. I hope that's the way the GM thinks. I hope that's the way the head coach thinks. I hope that's the way Steve Ross thinks. I hope Steve Ross is not the super impatient thing of let's get a Sean Payton and Tom Brady and hope that it works. They just went through the win now thing, right, with Armstead and Tyreek. I 100% endorse that. I still think it was a good idea. It was a good thought process, but it didn't work. And I think it didn't work because you went with that Tua to Tyreek passing game instead of incorporating a more balanced offense. But whatever. We just saw him try to win now. It didn't work. I hope he does just something that's a little more conventional right now.
Berg, we appreciate the time, man.
All right, guys. It's 35 degrees here, so it's not freezing. It's a cold day, but it's not a bad day. It's cloudy, so it's still a good day for football up here.
It feels like we forgot about the game. Perk, is it still one road in to that stadium in Foxborough, Gillette Stadium, and then one road out?
Pretty much. There's a back way, but it's pretty much one way in here and one way out. And so, get here early if you don't want to have to sweat the kickoff.
Oh, it's the worst. It's like you're driving through a residential neighborhood, and then all of a sudden there's this massive stadium in between these like $1 million homes. It's the most random stadium in the country.
It is. You got to, you know what, man? I'm riding with Hal Hadlip. I drove Hal to the game today. We were talking about that, but you got to go where the cheap real estate is, right? I mean, that's
right.
why Buffalo is keeping their stadium out where they've got it. So you go where the cheap real estate is, guys.
Take care, Perk. We appreciate it.
Okay, see you guys.
There you go. He was great this season. Loved having Chris Perkins on Game Day Uncensored all year, week in and week out. He was awesome. Omar Kelly will join us coming up later on in the program as well. We'll take a break here on Game Day Uncensored and listen in on some of the thoughts of your Miami Dolphins going into this Week 18 matchup. We're back with more after this.
Hurricanes basketball plays here.
FM 104.3 WQAM.
And welcome back, everybody. It is Game Day, Uncensored, here on FM 104.3 WQAM. Brendan Tobin and Alejandro Solana here with you as we take you guys up until the 4:25 kick from Foxborough. Miami Dolphins finishing up their season, taking on the New England Patriots. And right now we got week 18 action going on in the 1 o'clock slate. Give you guys a little looky-loo around the league right now. The second quarter just underway in Atlanta. The Falcons are on top of the Saints 7-0. So not a great news for Bradley Chubb thus far. We can't have a shutout there for Bradley to make his $5.5 million. In Cincinnati, the Bengals are trailing the Browns 7-6. Of course, we still don't have a Myles Garrett sack there. Yeah, I think he's still trying to chase down that record.
Yeah, I haven't seen one just yet.
So we got that going on right now. We also have the Vikings on top of the Packers 3-0. Some stuff still out there on Matt LaFleur of whether or not he's going to be safe or not from Jay Glazer today.
But the Packers are going to the playoffs, no?
Yeah, but maybe not impressive enough. That was kind of the one everybody looked upon as surprising to everybody.
Yeah, but I mean, they're in the toughest division in football this season, and they're a playoff team. And by the way, Jordan Love missed a handful of games this season. They won games with their backup. And, remember a couple of years ago, they snuck into the playoffs, beat the Cowboys on the road with Jordan Love. So, I mean,
broke Jerry Jones.
They traded a ton of draft capital for, one of the best defensive players in the league who's out for the season. I don't know. The LaFleur stuff makes no sense to me.
Cowboys are on top of the Giants right now, 10-6 at the start of the second quarter there. Jaguars and Titans are tied at 7 apiece. Cam Ward, though, has been ruled out in that game, Solana. He hurt his throwing shoulder.
I saw that. I saw him going into the blue medical tent and out for the game. Doesn't look like it's anything serious. I would have shut him down for this game anyways, because why take the risk? Hey, Tobin, basically what you're telling me here as you're going through these games is that the 1 o'clock window today is just
it sucks.
A brutal pile of garbage. Just like a hot, steaming pile of garbage in the 1 o'clock window today. The games yesterday were all right. Like the Bucks Panthers ended, I guess in exciting fashion, and then the last game was just defense, but like that's what you're getting from those two teams.
I saw John Lynch losing his mind. I like that.
He was losing his mind. Imagine going 12-5 and your brass is just like literally wants to end it all. Imagine that's the standard that you're used to. We could only wish.
Finally, the last game going on right now, the Texans trail the Colts 10-6. So there you go. That's what's going on right now. Let us get to a little part of the program we like to call Echolocation.
It's time for Echolocation.
That is how Dolphins communicate.
It's okay to be called out as long as you change your behavior.
What's 1,000 yards if it's not like a winning season?
They talk, we do.
Echolocation.
Send it in.
All right. Unfortunately for Jalen Waddle, he will not be hitting that mark. It seems like he is 90 yards shy of 1,000, which would be back-to-back years of no 1,000 yards after starting his career with 3 straight. But enough of that. Patrick Paul, he was asked this week about Quinn Ewers, both Texas guys coming on up. And this is what he remembers about Quinn Ewers in his high school days.
You were in Texas. Did you know about Quinn back in the high school circuit?
We all did.
Was he like a legend back then?
Legend's crazy.
No, I mean,
no. Yeah. No, he was tough. I think I first saw him when I saw the mullet. I don't know if you ever saw that mullet he used to rock.
Okay.
That thing was gross. He had this crazy mullet out of South Lake Carroll, that school, whatever school he went to. So yeah, we knew about him. Number one quarterback, as you said, went to Ohio State. So we all knew about him as far as like Houston folks. So yeah, it's kind of crazy how it all comes full circle. Yeah.
Would you like Quinn Ewers to bring the mullet back, Solana?
100%. I want the mullet back ASAP. Bring it back next season. Hey, Tobin, Patrick Paul was pretty much telling us like he wasn't that dude, right? Yeah, I mean, that's what I took from that. He's giving him the respect because he's his quarterback now, but he's like, legend is crazy. He was kind of downplaying what he thought of Quinn Ewers in high school. Not that it mattered, but that's what I took from that.
In high school, Quinn Ewers was the highest rated high school player ever coming out of high school. So I think that's what Omar was trying to get to.
Right.
Maybe
But
he just did.
Patrick Paul didn't think so.
I don't think you don't want to give the rub to Quinn Ewers that much as a teammate, but I do think that I don't know. It's funny because the mullet thing, it seems like it goes against Quinn Ewers just right now. He's just very vanilla, just quarterback speak, has all of it. A little swagger.
Post game.
Not only that, but hold on a second. The celly that he hit was the opposite. No, get it. He
not like
pointed.
he moonwalked. He did
here.
a first down point. It's the most generic. It's the most generic.
No, you're wrong. The first down is just extending the arm with the index finger out. First down, he hit you with the double arm action posed for the first down, celly. And then, by the way, let's not forget the day he was announced as a starting quarterback, tweeted out his merch line.
Yeah,
like that's not.
What was his merch? His merch was an aqua shirt with a white 14 on it.
Yeah, but he's got his own logo. He's got his own logo as a 7th round pick. Like, dude, you're downplaying the Ewers aura. You're downplaying.
He doesn't have aura. No. I'm not gonna let you do that. Bradley Chubb, he's got a lot of money on the line possibly today, but this is what he recalled from the last time the Dolphins took on the Patriots. Here was Chubba-Dub-Dub.
Like the season's so long. All I remember about that game is we went and scored a punt return touchdown, and then they came back with a kickoff return touchdown. I don't remember like the in between. I watched the game and stuff, but mainly just looking at the schemes. But it's one of those games that how any game in the NFL is. If you're not locked in for the whole 4 quarters, then you're susceptible to losing it. And I know we dropped that game, and it's about just correcting those mistakes and being the best version of ourselves come Sunday.
All right. Well, I remember that as well, and I remember that it was the shortest lived celebration ever of a punt return because I was so excited that we had that play, and then all of a sudden it was gone.
2 seconds later, oh no, 2 seconds later.
Yep. Crazy. Devon Achane, awesome year by him, but it doesn't appear like he's going to play today. This is what he had to say on being successful, even though everybody was trying to take him away.
I feel like, this is the preparation. I mean, I feel like, every team we go against, they scout, like just how we scout them. I feel like we do the same, they do the same thing we do to them. So I just feel like, this mindset, like everybody know we're going to come out and run the ball. I feel like it just, like, the team, like just, like I said, we always say we got to beat the man in front of us. So, like, as long as we win our one-on-one matchups, I mean, it don't matter what the team know we doing, you still got to go out there and you got to stop it.
He was awesome this year. It's unfortunate that he won't get to close it out, but probably the prudent thing to do with a lot of money on the line for him this offseason.
Had he played today, too, he would have ended up passing Ricky Williams for the second most rushing yards in a Dolphins season. Ricky has the record, but Ricky's 1-2. That would have been cool, but, I mean, whatever, right? Like, be healthy. Please, Devon Achane, be healthy for next year. It sucks that this year, didn't amount to anything because he's got big game, big time player written all over him.
Yep. Because it just did feel like every time he had like a 50-yard pop that just swung a game in some point. So it's unfortunate that it went by the wayside, much like Ricky's seasons did too. But he was awesome this year. There's no doubt about that. And finally, Quinn Ewers. This is what he has to say on why he speaks like such a confident quarterback.
The offense goes as the quarterback and the head coach go. And I feel like the offense embodies the personality of the head coach and of the quarterback. So I just want to instill the confidence in each play that I announce to the O-line and to the skill players. And I want to speak confidence in them from the very jump, which I think is important each and every play. And, I don't think it started. There's not a specific time that it started or anything. It's just something I like to carry with me.
There you go.
Aura.
I don't know, dude. I mean, it just sounds like every quarterback movie I've ever heard in my life. He's a nice guy.
Hey, he's playing the part though.
He's not being weird in his press conferences, which is also a nice breath of fresh air. There's not a controversy every time that he goes out there.
Yeah, wait till we get mullet Ewers. Wait till we get mullet Ewers.
Different. He deals with an off season. He's just like, yeah. He's got his Morgan Wallen on coming back in here. Mustache. He's gonna just look like Gardner Minshew.
I like that though, man. I like that though. Give me some swagger. Give me some confidence. I love that.
I mean, the post game he had a fishing hat on, and he had a shirt that says "I'm your Huckleberry" with 2 guns on it.
I mean, he's Texas. Yeah. I mean, like,
he speaks like a Texas high school football player. Like,
he's like, I have been raised Texas quarterback through and through. That is what he connotes.
Yep.
I'm just like, it's one of these things where I'm looking at it. It's just like, I think it's just, I'm not used to having a quarterback now who it says like, yeah, quarterback speak. Because it's usually just like, yeah, this has been the year. It's been like, not as good as any of the good quarterbacks. Nobody's going to meetings. I'm not athletic anymore. We can't get on the same page as the coaching staff. And
he's just answering normal questions.
Yeah. Normal questions, nothing of note. It's just uneventful. I think that's what it probably comes down to. You know, maybe he does have aura, maybe he does have swagger, but he hasn't stepped into controversy yet, which is just odd for a Dolphins quarterback right now.
To be fair, it's only been 2 weeks. We'll see after today. Today.
It's fair. We'll take a break here on Game Day Uncensored. Get back into Mike McDaniel and his future with the Miami Dolphins. Some of the reports that are out there surrounding the Dolphins head coach. That's when the Game Day Uncensored rolls on after this.
WQAM broadcasting live from the Ed Moore Sawgrass
3733.
It's another Game Day Uncensored.
From frosty, freezing Foxborough, the Dolphins will close out their season today versus the New England Patriots. What a way to end a sad season. The Finns are, however, coming off a win last Sunday against the Buccaneers. Quinn Ewers is going to start today, looking for win number 2 of his young career. His thoughts on his very first NFL victory.
It's what I always dreamed of, is playing in this league, the highest level in this position. And it's special whenever you got a group of guys like we do this year. I mean, going back to it, we're not playing for a Super Bowl. I thought we did a really good job of coming out here and playing for each other and playing for our last names and playing for the organization and showing that when adversity strikes, we're going to respond. And I thought we did a great job of that.
There were other great rookie performances last week as well. Mike McDaniel was impressed.
I was pleasantly surprised in that I've learned over the years that don't have your expectations shaped directly by practice in that particular regard. He was doing a very good job getting everyone aligned, going play to play and having command, but you expect kind of a downshift in the game. And I didn't see that.
There's going to be plenty of time in the coming months to discuss whether the rookies are really the Finns' future. But right now, we've got a game to talk about. Dolphins and Pats on Game Day Uncensored, the pregame show for real Miami football fans. Tobin, Solana, Omar Kelly, and Chris Perkins on FM 104.3 WQAM. Miami's sports leader.
Game Day Uncensored on FM 104.3 WQAM is brought to you by the Lexus TX. Room for all your passions in 3 rows of luxurious comfort. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Edmore Sawgrass Cadillac. Shop over 22 acres of Cadillacs built for luxury and performance at Edmore Sawgrass Cadillac. Start your game-winning drive today at Edmore Sawgrass Cadillac. EdmoreSawgrassCadillac.com. And by JM Lexus. JM Lexus has the best team in the business. A 4.8 Google rating with over 22,000 reviews and counting. JM Lexus, West Sample Road, Margate.
And welcome back, everybody. It is Game Day Uncensored here on FM 104.3 WQAM. Brendan Tobin here with you alongside Alejandro Solana, who's boots on the ground at the Casares Center. Dan Day running things for us here today as the Miami Dolphins will wrap up their season. Now, Dan, you're off today. There's no post-game edition because we have Heat basketball, I imagine.
That's what I thought, but there is actually going to be a post-game. It's going to be a delayed post-game at 9:30. Marcos Gonzalez and Chico going to be taking you in and getting you through till midnight. So it's a 9:30 to midnight post-game. But I'm at the New Orleans Pelicans Miami Heat game, so I'll be listening as I drive home.
There you go. All right. So if you guys want to react, Frog Boy and Chico will have your post-game edition of Game Day Uncensored after you have the cool down with Solana, as the Heat will take on the Pelicans today, possibly with Tyler Hero making his return to the lineup tonight for the Miami Heat. We did just have a fumble recovery touchdown by the Cleveland Browns, so they're up 14-6 on Cincinnati. They have 2 defensive touchdowns, a 97-yard pick 6 on Joe Burrow.
Wow.
And now a scoop and score by the Cleveland Browns. So they're going down. If this is it for Kevin Stefanski, they're going down swinging for him. Kevin Stefanski also with a baseball bat on the sidelines.
Kevin Stefanski trying to show everybody, I've got the goods. I've still got the goods. Just get me out of Cleveland. Please, get me out of here. I've got it.
There was talk. Well, this is interesting because there has been, because everybody is saying like, oh, the coaching cycle stinks, and that could be playing into why Mike McDaniel is the head coach. There was also a report, and I think we talked about it a little bit last week, but there was some more smoke around how much Cleveland seems to really like Mike McDaniel, and that if the Dolphins moved on from Mike McDaniel, that he would be, potentially one of their lead candidates of this. So I got wacky during the holiday break, Solana, and I had a tweet that made a lot of people mad because they thought I was an idiot, which maybe I am. I don't know, but this is Game Day Uncensored. This is where all ideas come to fly, and you guys do with it what you will. But what if the Dolphins and the Browns did a little trade skis, okay? You trade Mike McDaniel and Quinn Ewers to the Cleveland Browns for Shedeur Sanders, opening the door for the Dolphins to hire Coach Prime.
Coach Prime?
Yeah, dude, Coach Prime.
What are we doing,
What do you mean? I think
What are we doing?
We have the Sanders family take over the Miami. No, that's flashy, dude.
Coach Prime.
I'm telling you, why not,
come
baby?
on, man. So you went from the Dolphins getting Joe Burrow a couple weeks ago to the Dolphins getting Lamar Jackson last week to now, hey, we're going to trade for Shedeur Sanders, who has looked, without a doubt, just mediocre. And we're going to bring in Coach Prime from Colorado. That's what you're going for now.
First of all, this is what I would like to say. There should be no judgments right now. If Troy Aikman is coming in as a consultant, we should be allowed to throw ideas against the wall. We're probably not going to get Joe Burrow. We're probably not going to get Lamar Jackson. But Shedeur Sanders, I don't know what the future is in Cleveland for Shedeur Sanders.
Nobody does. Nobody knows what the
nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
But at one point, this guy was going to be the number 2 quarterback taken. He apparently did not act very professional in his interviews, and so that had a tanking process like we've never seen. Felt like a stone in the draft, oddly to a team that already had 3 quarterbacks, which he emerged as the quarterback by the end of it. I'm telling you,
emerge. Everybody else stunk, and he just stayed there.
We got to have a guy who really believes in Shedeur Sanders as the quarterback. Who's going to believe in him more than his dad?
I mean, so that's your big swing here. That's your big swing, which is go get Shedeur, go get Prime, turn this into professional Colorado, and let's just get wacky as hell with it.
Yeah.
That sounds like a Super Bowl recipe for me right there.
The thing is, what's insane is that wouldn't be like I could see Stephen Ross. I don't know. I don't want to say I could see Stephen Ross doing that, but I could see Stephen Ross contemplating it. Like, okay, all right, okay, Shedeur. Prime.
Coach Prime that you really take umbrage with is Deion Sanders being Dolphins head coach more than the Dolphins trading for Shedeur?
100%. But I could see that selling seats, like putting people in the seats, and I mean, the Dolphins seem to always be looking to get the name. The thing is that Stephen Ross loves a name.
He loves a name.
He loves a name, which is why I'm saying I could see him contemplating that, but
if Stephen Ross said that to Troy Aikman would literally do this if you're watching on YouTube and Twitch.
Walk out the door?
But it would be so funny if like we're going through all the different machinations and you're bringing in Troy Aikman and like Brandon Shores leading the entire QB situation, and next year all of that leads to Shedeur Sanders and Coach Prime. That's what you're doing.
I'm just saying, dude. Like, let's if Troy Aikman, what if Dan Day, what if he looks, he goes, I gotta tell you guys, my former teammate, Super Bowl teammate, Deion Sanders, was the only guy who I thought you guys should go with as a head coach. Nobody wants the GM job now that he's here, but
another
my solution.
Another funny wrinkle here is that in your wild scenario, the most that Mike McDaniel and Quinn Ewers together as a package can land you is Shedeur Sanders, a 5th round quarterback selection.
And Deion Sanders.
Yeah, what do you think? I mean, like, what do you think that Mike McDaniel is going to land you?
That's the state of the Miami Dolphins right now, where your head coach and your starting quarterback together as a package being traded can only land you a 5th round selection.
I just didn't see Shedeur Sanders as the type of guy that's going to like run Mike McDaniel's system. It doesn't seem like the type of guy where Shedeur likes to like kind of improvise and roll around and make big plays. Like, he doesn't seem like a McDaniel quarterback to me. So that's why I was like, that doesn't seem. If he was going to go to Cleveland, if the Dolphins were going to trade him to Cleveland, is Shedeur Sanders like maybe? Because here's what I would say: if Mike McDaniel, if Cleveland really liked Mike McDaniel, it's 2 things. Like, one, okay, they're going to make the Shedeur thing work, and they just think, oh, he's a more out there personality. He'll get along with Shedeur more. Or they're going to try in some way, somehow get some juice, whatever's left, out of Deshaun Watson. And that he's going to refurbish Deshaun Watson. This is what I'm trying to think, like, why would Cleveland want him? I know he used to play there. They got a high opinion of him, whatever. So if Shador's just out there for the taking, like, tell me, all right, it's been 2 games of Quinn Ewers. They've been fine. They've been nice games. But if I told you had the choice next year, Quinn Ewers or Shador Sanders, who would you rather watch as Dolphins quarterback?
Why do I think that you're going to get mad at me for saying Quinn Ewers? Like you really?
I'm not. You can have your opinion. That's fine.
Hey. You're impressed. Have any of you genuinely been impressed by Shador Sanders? And by the way, like, I know this is a deeper conversation. The Browns are a mess. The whole quarterbacking carousel in Cleveland this year has just been an unmitigated disaster. I realize all that. But have any of you really been impressed by Shador Sanders?
Not really.
He's had one game where he made a couple good throws, and they've competed, but the defense is keeping them in those games.
Oh, 100%. The defense is keeping him in those games, and his numbers are like, I think he's got like 7 touchdowns, 10 interceptions.
Yeah.
Like, all right, like that's like to have double digit. What has he had? Like 6 games?
Not even.
So,
yeah.
It's a lot
he's
of
a rookie for the Browns. I mean, it's not like he's in the best situation.
No, but here's the thing. Nobody, and I mean nobody, came into last year's draft thinking Quinn Ewers was a better quarterback than Shador Sanders. I don't care what you guys want to say. No, as far as talent wise, nobody had that. Nobody had it whatsoever. And even with his great fall, didn't get taken in front. He didn't get taken behind Quinn Ewers. So, no, it's been a nice. Maybe Quinn Ewers works out. I'm not here to tell you he won't work out. I'm just telling you I haven't seen enough to be like, that's my guy. Shador Sanders, I would be intrigued. It would be a story. It would be
we'd be the epicenter of the NFL, and not for any of the right reasons, by the way. Like, we would be the epicenter of the NFL,
but imagine
for all the wrong reasons.
What if he hits though? What if he hits and you got a star? And look, I don't know about the Coach Prime thing. Maybe I went too far with that. But I just think you need somebody who's going to believe in the kid.
In your dream scenario here, your wild dream scenario, Coach Prime is a sexy hire in a football sense, or just a sexy hire from he brings the cachet of being Coach Prime?
He brings the cachet of being Coach Prime, but I think the bigger thing is you need somebody who's Shador, like someone's going to believe in this guy,
right?
As a coach.
It's a guy that's an all-time great that knows the NFL locker room and knows how players think and has the respect of players. So, I mean, I'm not going to say it's not just cachet.
Does he have the respect of NFL players? Again, like as being Prime, sure, but I'm talking about as a leader of a locker room. I mean, we're the biggest indictment of Mike McDaniel that has really followed him for 4 years has been the fact that people don't think the players respect his coaching style. That's been the biggest indictment. And now what has Coach Prime done? I mean, he turned Colorado around, but one season where they had a really good year because he was able to recruit the hell out of players that wanted to go play for Coach Prime, because the second you walk into that building, Bose is bringing in Jay-Z and they're handing out headphones to everybody or whatever the hell goes on there. And like all the players get a free Chevy Tahoe because, hey, we're going to get free publicity with Coach Prime. And then the second Shador Sanders and I'm forgetting his name. Travis Hunter, that ended up being like the Heisman Trophy winner. The second they left, what did Colorado look like? Was he able to X's and O's the hell out of that conference? No, they just fell flat on their face when they didn't have more talent than everybody.
That's what happens in college. You have down years after you have your big talent leave. If you have 2 NFL players that get scooped up, usually you have a little bit of a downswing. That's how, unless you're like a factory, like Alabama or Ohio State, typically there are some down years. Give Coach Prime a little time, baby.
If Stephen Ross were to pull that off, I mean, the Dolphins fans would riot. They would riot.
I mean, they would.
You would have people in that stadium, but I think the second it goes bad, it's going to be a dumpster. It would be bad.
That could be bad. That could be true. Yeah. That could be true.
But I like the fact that you're just letting your imagination run wild, Tobin. Genuinely, I respect it. I'm not judging you. I don't think anything's off the table. I swear I don't. I don't think anything's off the table right now. You haven't won a playoff game in 25 years. Every hire that Stephen Ross has made from a brass standpoint or a head coaching standpoint has just been total disaster. Nothing should be off the table. I just think you're letting your imagination run a little bit too wild with Coach Prime. The Shador thing, hey, why not? Like if you can't go get Lamar, you can't get Burrow, you can't trade up for Mendoza, or you don't think you should, why not take a flyer on, a guy that was heavily coveted prior to actually meeting with GMs and head coaches?
I like how all preseason you don't reference the uncensored part of the show, but when it helps your case, so you can say something crazy, like this is uncensored, so we can put everything out there.
It's a crazy time right now, Dan Day. We're allowed to have ideas.
You're right.
We're allowed to have. I actually am surprised, like none of these because the NFL cycle doesn't seem that sexy. I am surprised none of these semifinalists will get any NFL buzz. Like I don't think Mario Cristobal is ever going to leave the U.
No,
Omar Kelly wanted. You can talk to Omar Kelly. He wants Miami to take a shot at the Indiana coach and buy him out.
That's what I'm saying. Like I nobody's looking at any of these guys. I know the college coach does typically come with some pitfalls. It doesn't usually go well in the NFL. But Coach Prime has a different cachet, being an all-time great.
Yeah, there really isn't any college coach. I think the only one, Crowder, was the one telling me that the Notre Dame head coach, Marcus Freeman, am I remembering his name correctly? That he was kind of going to be sought after by an NFL franchise. And I know he just re-upped with Notre Dame, so he's staying. So that's off the table. That was really the only one that I had even heard as being a possibility of coming out of college and taking a head coaching job.
I also saw it with Cleveland, by the way. I saw that they talked to Chris Greer that he was going to be some kind of consultant.
Yeah, I did see that too.
I was like, wait, what?
That's great.
What could he possibly consult you about?
Oh, he'll get a job, right? As like a lead scout or whatever, consultant for some sort of that's the way it works in the NFL. It's just once you're in the club, you're in the club. You're going to keep getting a job. But it is funny that the only place that's willing to bring him on right now that we know of, Cleveland. That's exactly what they need. A little dose of Chris Greer to keep them right on track, which is what they want to keep doing. I apparently lose and not make the playoffs. 25 years. He was a part of an organization that did not win a playoff game, and the Cleveland Browns are like, we need that guy in our room.
We'll take a break here on Game Day Uncensored, get you some keys to the game coming up here as the Dolphins get ready to take on the Patriots. We're back after this.
I'm Tyler Hero of the Miami Heat. Listen to our games here.
Back to back for the Heat.
Uncensored, the pregame show for real Miami football fans on FM 104.3 WQAM.
And welcome back, everybody. It's Game Day Uncensored here on FM 104.3 WQAM. As we get you ready for Dolphins and Patriots. Haven't talked much about it, to be honest with you. Been a lot of stuff going on, dude. I don't know what to tell you. Get us some keys to the game here, brought to you by Edmore Sawgrass Auto Mall. Shop exceptional Cadillac offers now. The 3-time Cadillac Dealer of the Year. Edmore Sawgrass Cadillac. Visit EdmoreSawgrassCadillac.com. You're always backed by Morse. Solana's boots on the ground at the Kaseya Center right now. What's going on over there, dude? What's in the arena right now?
Pretty much nothing. Nothing. They're my guess is they'll go through some sort of a walkthrough in about 15, 20 minutes. So probably at the end of this segment, I gotta hit it and go find somewhere else to broadcast from, because they don't let you watch the walkthrough, the coaches come out, all that stuff.
Lord knows Solana's going to spill secrets of how the Heat are going to beat
Right.
the Pelicans.
Yeah.
In a walkthrough, yeah. A lot of tipping in the walkthrough right there.
A lot of tipping. Whenever there's the afternoon walkthrough Dan Day, like the brain trust comes out, the whiteboard's out there.
It's funny because I was thinking about it. We're like, maybe I could get away because they'll pump music in, and maybe I could get away with just like kind of being back here in the shadows and nobody will see me. But the reality is, like, sometimes the big dogs are out here. Coach Spo's down there. And do I really want to be talking about Coach Prime and Shador Sanders at the top of my lungs, echoing throughout the Kaseya Center? Like, no, I'm good. I'll take this nonsense and I'll go hide somewhere so that, I don't want to be shamed by anybody around here.
I love the idea of Mickey Harrison looking over his shoulder and be like, why is that guy so passionate about it? Who is Riley Patterson? I think it's just a funny visual.
Stay tuned. Why Larry Coker will come out of retirement and head coach the Miami Dolphins next year.
We had a good one time. We were getting some audio from Jax when he was in Mexico City. So, like, security was kicking him out for the walkthrough, and they were saying in Spanish. So, the voice of the Heat for the Spanish, Joe
Jose
Padula,
Panetta.
right?
No, Jose Panetta.
So you're hearing, he's like, you have to go. They really want you to go. And Jax is sitting there like do we have to translate? You're getting kicked out of the walkthrough.
Man, that's great. Well, that'll come your way today. 6 o'clock is your tip-off from the Kaseya Center. Heat and Pelicans, as they'll try and bounce back from their loss to the Wolves. The Dolphins are going to try and end this year finishing 8-9 with a win over the Patriots, who are 13-3 on the year right now. Now, the situation for them to figure out what seed they're going to be, Jacksonville, they can improve to 13 wins. They are winning right now 28-7.
That's crazy, right?
Tennessee.
Is that the biggest surprise? I don't know. Patriots are up there. Jacksonville's up there. But the biggest surprises of the NFL, those two for sure, right?
I'm going to be honest with you. Here's why. I don't trust Trevor Lawrence. I still don't know if I do. But here's the thing. When that coach had the press conference of Duval, I'm like, he's going to be a disaster.
Tobin, I had a segment the day after that happened with Hawk and Crowder where I posed the question, and they made fun of me for it, but I posed the question, do you literally, if you're the owner of the Jags, just kind of right there, just say, okay, yeah, this isn't going to work. We'll just have to cut bait there. Like, nobody would have blamed them because of how cringe, how embarrassing that entire moment was. Do you miss being a part of Duval Nation at all? Just a little bit?
No, not in the least. Not in the least. People keep asking me about it, but I've been so at peace with it for years just because of it just doesn't feel anything, nothing about it. It's weird, but it's no, I don't feel any type of way. I'm happy for him, good for him, like I know no ill will to the members of Duval County. Happy for you guys, but no, I don't feel sad at all.
Okay. Oh, I only ask because listen, man, we're going on 25, likely 26 years of no playoff wins, and I'm not suggesting that the Jacksonville Jaguars are going to go on and win the Super Bowl this year, but it's got to feel nice to bring in a head coach, and not only do you secure a playoff win, not only do you win the division, but it feels legit what he's building over there. It's got to feel nice.
I'm sure it does feel nice, but I mean, hell, they've had a lot of top picks. I'm surprised it's honestly taken this long to go this. And the fact that they've even done this without Travis Hunter this year basically has been impressive on their part as well.
Trevor Lawrence has looked good the last couple weeks.
He has.
I still have my questions about him because I saw the last time he played in a playoff game what that looked like. I still have my questions about it, but he's looked good last couple weeks.
He's looked very, very strong, and it seemed like him and Liam Cohen had a little bit of a frostiness early on, but that has come to be with the Patriots. I'm not surprised. I thought Vrabel was a good coach. I think we saw Drake May have a little bit of moxie towards the Dolphins last year, even when he was getting the snot kicked out of him. I mean, Vrabel's got a lot of credibility as a head coach, and I mean, I guess they got to deal with this whole Stephon Diggs controversy with that, so they got that drama to deal with. But no, for the most part, I think that guy is proven himself to be as solid as they come. So I don't really I don't know if I find it. I mean, maybe the fact that they've leapfrogged the Bills so quickly is surprising, but the fact that they're good right away doesn't surprise me.
If they play the Buffalo Bills in a playoff game, and I truthfully I don't know exactly like how it's shaping up right now in the AFC in terms of who's going to play who in the wild card rounds, but let's just say they were to face the Buffalo Bills, even host the Buffalo Bills in a playoff game, they probably wouldn't be favorites. Right? What, like, do you think they'd be favorites?
I could see that maybe starting like a slight favorite and then swinging to the Bills. I feel like everyone's going to believe in the Bills.
I only mention that because as well as New England's season has gone, and as you genuinely have to give Kraft and the entire ownership a ton of credit. I mean, if you're looking for like a blueprint for the Dolphins to turn around their franchise, this is it. And I know a lot of things have to go your way. You have to draft the right quarterback. You have to get the head coach that we all knew Vrabel would be again. So
you have to get Matt Collins.
Right, of course, Mac Hollins, or at least a wide receiver who doesn't wear shoes. But if you look at their schedule, Tobin, honestly, and I'm not trying to poo-poo their season. Trust me, I wish right now we were having the type of season that they're having. You look at their schedule, it hasn't been very impressive, if we're being honest. I mean, they lost to the Raiders to open up the season at home. They squeaked out a win against the Dolphins because Devon Achan's toe is one size bigger than it should be.
True.
Then they lost to Pittsburgh at home. So they start the season 1-2, and then they rattled off whatever it was, 11 straight wins or 10 straight wins. Here are the teams that they beat. Carolina at home, on the road at Buffalo, very impressive win. But then at New Orleans, at Tennessee, versus Cleveland, versus Atlanta, at Tampa Bay, who at that point had already began plummeting. They beat the Jets. They beat the Bengals on the road without Joe Burrow. The Giants, I don't even think Jackson Dart played in that game. And then they beat Baltimore. They lost to Buffalo at home. That ended their win streak. They beat Baltimore without Lamar, and then they beat the Jets. Like, I mean, beating Buffalo on the road, impressive. Other than that, I mean, do they have a good, like a really solid win under their belt? Not really.
I think the thing that's tough is like because there's no Chiefs, the Ravens have been down. Like I don't think there's many teams that probably can hang their hat in this conference with like, oh man, they're the team that's like the juggernaut. But I get you. Do you feel like that week 2 matchup, because of how close it was, do you feel like the Dolphins go down a different path if they win that game? If Devon Achane scores and the Dolphins are going in, because just remember how much angst there was going into that game. Fans were ready to boo right away. Do you feel like if the Dolphins are somehow able to beat the Patriots in that game and they go to 1-1 going into Buffalo, which was also a really close game on the road, like instead of Tua being down this path where he just keeps ending every game where he's throwing pick after pick and getting sacked, do you feel like just the momentum of the season could have sent the Dolphins in a different direction, or do you feel like we always inevitably were going to end up around 500?
I think inevitably this is who this team is. You were going to end up around 500. You were going to be 9-8. You were going to be 8-9. But I'll tell you what, you would have been 2-2 if that Jets win stays the same. You would have been 2-2 after that win. I mean, you don't have banners flying over that Jets Monday Night Football game, right, asking for everybody to get fired. I don't think if you end up winning that football game, but look, Tyreek Hill going down was also huge.
Yep, no doubt.
If Tyreek Hill doesn't go out for the entire season, the Dolphins likely don't fall to 1-6. They probably beat Carolina. Like, I know it's easy to do this. We're just playing what ifs, but I strongly believe that. So I don't know. I think ultimately, like, this team was destined for this because, man, we knew it coming into the season. Tobin, like, this roster had become stale, and they were relying a ton on a bunch of young guys defensively and even offensively to play big roles that they weren't ready for, which is what Anthony Weaver's been saying for the past 2 weeks.
It just felt like the Dolphins were coming into such a fragile situation because of all the pressure that was going into this year as it was, that at any point where the Dolphins don't come through, that it was going to be cranked up at a different level than anybody else. Like, even coming into the year with McDaniel's pressure, like, he was number one in all those first to get fired odds and all that type of stuff, and he somehow survived it. So I do think that there could have been something to, if the Dolphins would have won this game against the Patriots to start the year, it does ease the pressure a little bit on them. But unfortunately for them, they couldn't get it done, and the year has been an absolute it's just been a debacle. There's no other way to put it.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's funny to think that we look back at 1-6, and then even when Chris Greer gets fired, how big of a disaster it's been. And in reality, Carolina ended up not being the bad loss that you considered it. They were very good at home this season, and the Chargers are going back to the playoffs. The Chargers are a very good team. You almost beat Carolina, should have beaten Carolina. You should have beaten the Chargers if Jalen Phillips hadn't buttered up his hands before that final drive. You had a chance to beat Buffalo on the road until Tua threw that pick. I mean, you were in position to go tie that game, and you had the victory over New England. I mean, you had it. Literally, you scored the touchdown, and Devon Achane, again, stepped out of bounds, and then you still had a chance to go win that game. Like, it's funny to kind of you can rewrite it that way, but the reality is, hey, man, bad teams find ways to lose football games. And that's what the Miami Dolphins did. They proved to be a bad team.
We'll take a break here on Game Day Uncensored. We'll see who's going to be able to give it a go for this matchup. Omar Kelly from the Miami Herald is going to join us at the top of next hour, so we'll get an update from him. Take a break. More to come here on Game Day Uncensored after this.
Hey, we want to hear what you have to say. Text WQAM on the Kendall Toyota text line at 305-567-0560. The big one is here at Kendall Toyota. All new Toyotas on sale now with financing as low as 0% on our most popular cars and trucks. Number one in the 305 since 1969. Kendall Toyota on US 1. Call 305-KENDALL and text WQAM at 305-567-0560.
Hi, Joe Zagacki here for Williamson Cadillac. Get the most out of the South Florida lifestyle in a new Cadillac from Williamson Cadillac. New models are arriving daily at Williamson. This means Williamson Cadillac is sure to have the new vehicle you're looking for. The CT4, CT5, XT5, XT6, and the new all-electric Lyriq. Get the most out of the South Florida lifestyle in a new Cadillac from your luxury dealership located on US 1 just south of the Palmetto. Williamson Cadillac. Williamson is Miami.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855
Get legal or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Miami-Dade County, Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois. CordellCordell.com.
South Florida, it's time. On January 10th, Real American Freestyle brings the world's best wrestlers to Amerit Bank Arena for RF05. Olympians, NCAA champions, MMA legends. No cage, no scrap, just real competition at the highest stage. Don't miss RAF05.
On FM 104.3 WQAM.
All right, welcome back, everybody. It is Game Day Uncensored here on FM 104.3 WQAM. Brendan Tobin and Alejandro Solana here with you. Dan Day producing for us here today. I don't know where Solana's. He keeps getting moved around the Kaseya Center, Dan.
It looks like Holiday Inn Express right now.
I don't know. I think he's probably like in one of the new luxury boxes, which the luxury boxes at the Kaseya Center are funny because like you're watching a basketball game, but then you have to go like all the way in the back. You have to like cross a hall to get to them. They're very nice. And man,
That's what I was going to tell you. For the people that are in Miami and that have actually been to some of like the suites and some of the stadiums, you are kind of spoiled because you have some of the nicer sports facilities in all of America.
Dude, the catering they have at a I've never sat in a suite for any sport other than the Panthers because we have a suite, so I've gotten the uncatered suite. But it's very nice. Very great seats for the Panthers. But I have walked around the Heat, like going to do like a pregame hit with those guys. The spread that they have at these Heat suites are unfreaking believable. The empanadas look like the greatest empanadas I have ever seen in my life. The type of spread they have at these Heat games, I'm like, I just want to break in and steal the food there.
I commandeered one of these suites up in the Bacardi Ocho Lounge so that I'm not interfering with Coach Spo's practice right now, Tobin. Bro, the empanadas at the Kaseya Center are fire.
They look incredible. I've always wanted to just take it from somebody when I'm like going to do a pregame hit with you. I'm like, who's going to notice one?
So, Jax, I think I'm okay sharing this information. He's talked about it on the air several times, so it's not like secret information, but he caters. I mean, look how lucky I am, Tobin. He caters the suite that we work out of.
Yeah.
So, and it's not like Jax is very kind. He hooks us all up. There's always like a fruit platter, and but to start last season, he was ordering like a variety of empanadas and like meat empanadas, ham and cheese empanadas. There was like a caprese salad empanada from up here, and bro, that was like heaven for me. I gained 1,000,000 pounds, but it was heaven for me. Now we go with chicken wings and fries. I try to lay off of that stuff.
Yeah, you gotta
text me the location.
Come by. I always tell you guys to come by, not for that, but just to come say what's up. Tobin, you could literally just come sit with us. You've got like carte blanche on the audio experience, bro. You could just come
I
hang out.
appreciate you, buddy. No, I know. I'm basically sitting at the same place you are, just across. Now, I think it's less cold where you are because
it can't
air,
be.
I don't know. The air conditioning is it's freezing.
Now you know why I always wear a suit. Now you know why I wear the blazer, bro. You make fun of me for going pro out here, but now you know why. It's freezing. It's freezing in here.
I'll tell you where it wasn't freezing, with Anthony Edwards hobnobbing with Bam yesterday. That wasn't freezing.
Yeah.
That was delightful. Maybe Zion puts on a show today. I don't know if the Heat will pull the trigger on that though.
I don't know. It doesn't seem like a sexy move anymore.
Oh, really?
Oh, I disagree.
A guy that can score 24, 25 points a game.
Yeah, but
pretty sexy to me.
I don't think it's sexy at all because you're tired of bringing in guys who are only available 50 games out of the year. And with Zion, 50 games out of the year is like a great season for him. So I don't know.
Tyler Hero, who goes less than 55 games a year, 5 out of his 7 seasons. Yeah, that's good.
What if the guy who's available all the time is different from the guy that you only have available for 50 games? And then you're just like, hey, surprise. Now we get dunks. I think that would be fun.
It would be fun, but I think there's better moves out on the horizon.
I don't know if there are.
Yeah, I was going to say, what are the better moves on the horizon, Solana?
I believe there are. I believe there are better moves out on the horizon.
Specifically?
Well, I don't want to get into specifics, but
this is the Dolphins pregame. Come on, guys.
Well, I mean, it is the Dolphins pregame, but like, how much do we have to say about the Weasel? That's really the question, Dan Day, who did play well. I do think we have to say, like, because as far as the Dolphins are concerned, they don't have Jalen Waddle. Like, where is the go for them? I mean, he's probably going to be the go-to guy because very clearly Quinn Ewers has a rapport early on with Greg Dulcich. And
yes,
we know from the preseason that the connection with Theo Weiss is there as well.
What's funny is, does he really have the connection with Theo Weiss Jr.? And look, I told you earlier, I apologize because I ripped Theo Weiss last Sunday, and then he hit you with a 63-yard touchdown. He had a hell of a game. Or did the Tampa Bay Buccaneers just make a critical mistake on the defensive end and just leave him wide open? And it was basically pitch and catch with Quinn Ewers. I don't know how much of that was attention to Devon Achane, how much of that was attention to Jalen Waddle, even though at that point Waddle might not have been on the field, right, Tobin? Because he got banged up early in that game, and he had to kind of miss some snaps. So maybe he wasn't even on the field at that time, but how much of it was just a brutal misread by the defensive side of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? We'll find out today because there aren't many guys left available for Quinn Ewers to throw the ball to today with no Devon Achane and no Jalen Waddle.
Yeah, and he had a pretty quiet second half, but that when they were backed up into their own end zone, what was it? It was like 3rd and 12 or something like that, and he found Julian Hill. I thought that was an impressive play from him.
It was, and a Julian Hill sighting is always fun, always enjoyable. Never.
It's never in the end zone, only on 2-point conversions. But as if it's an actual touchdown, never. Although his anytime touchdown number is at plus 750 for right now. Jeff Wilson's plus 1,300. You think Mike McDaniel has a vintage, like, give one to my guy to score a touchdown if they get on the doorstep?
I will be outraged.
Why?
If Ollie Gordon isn't getting that opportunity, then what the hell does this game matter? If you're not giving it to your young guys to prove something for next year, then what the hell does it matter? Like, what are we doing? What could we possibly be doing?
Just vibes for your friend. You're just like one last ride into the sun.
A send off for Jeff
contract.
Wilson. But like, if this was somebody who had spent time in Miami or like had some legitimate emotional tie to the Dolphins, fine. I mean, Jeff Wilson was nice in the 2022 season. That was 3 years ago. 3.
I got a guy just tagged me on Twitter. Josue is listening. Shout out. There's a video of Shedeur Sanders backing up and just tripping on his own 2 feet, which led to like an 8-yard loss sack. And then they just go to a shot of Jimmy Haslam, and Josue goes, "I know Tobin didn't just say that he wants this with Coach Prime next year." It's idea season, Josue.
Yeah, but I mean, yesterday I saw what's his name? Baker Mayfield run into his own running back. I've seen Josh Allen, turn his back on his running back on James Cook. So like one play doesn't make a whole career, obviously.
Oh man, listen, he's running.
Cam Little hit a 67-yard field goal just now.
That's pretty crazy. That's
67.
That's a hell of
They're
a
up
weapon.
by 100, by the way.
It's a hell of a weapon to bring to the playoffs.
67-yard field goal. Hey, if the Patriots lose and Denver loses, Jacksonville's the 1 seed in the AFC. Do I have that correct? Because they're 12-4 as well.
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, I think so.
That's crazy. Cam Little and the Jacksonville Jaguars could potentially be the 1 seed. Now, I don't think the Dolphins are beating the Patriots today, but that is a funny idea.
But just think, if you got a guy like Little, you get to the 50-yard line in a game, that's it. Game over.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good. You're good right now. Yeah, right now, Denver's the 1 seed over New England because of the win percentage in common games. So New England does want to keep you want to keep the 2 seed too, because you got the host, you got the worst team that you would take on, which would be Buffalo for right
also,
now. Also,
Drake May is playing for the MVP right now because if he has a decent game today. So,
but here's the other thing: Buffalo, they're probably going to smoke the Jets no matter what today. You would think, and the Chargers are playing Trey Lance, so. They're not really going.
Chargers benched everybody. The biggest line of the week, I think, is that Chargers game. They were 13, and yesterday when I was going through it, they were 13.5-point dogs. So
well, that's the Dolphins line is right now.
It's up to 13?
13.5.
Oh, my God. You don't think the Dolphins could, at the very least, keep this close?
I think they can keep it close. I think they can keep it close.
Here's also what I'm picturing here. Denver rolling in the second half, and at that point, why would Vrabel keep Drake May out there to lock up the MVP? Like, I understand how important that is. Don't get me wrong, but I kind of feel like Drake May's locked up the MVP.
It is going to be interesting to see this from Quinn Ewers' standpoint. Like, first of all, going on the road, whatever the elements are, they are. But you got Vrabel as the defensive mind against a rookie quarterback. What has he seen over these first couple of games? Can he expose that, or does Quinn Ewers, still have not enough out there on him that, he can leave some surprises? Obviously, not having Devon Achane is not good. I will say though, Jalen Wright's looked pretty good. Like he's definitely had some time. I don't want to say it's a resurgence. It's really his first surgence of his NFL career, and so. I think these young guys are capable. Obviously, everybody's counting them out. If I were to say, I know Leroy is a huge proponent of betting against big spreads in the NFL. If you were to tell me there would be an ability for the Dolphins to cover 13.5, I definitely think they can do that. Will they win? That's another story. But cover, I think the Dolphins can for sure cover.
Yeah, and I don't even know how you approach this game. Do you kind of just, because we've seen You called it more conservative in the second half last week against Tampa, which, by the way, like you had the big lead. There's no reason to go out there willy-nilly and risk turnovers. So I think that was the right approach. Again, Mike McDaniel trying to save his job, trying to prove he can win with a rookie quarterback, all that stuff. But in this game, like no Waddle, no Devon Achane, season's kind of cooked. Wouldn't you just give Quinn Ewers the green light? Go make plays, kid. Go show us what you can do. Again, that's the way I kind of have it playing out in my mind. I don't know if that's the way it's going to end up playing out, but I like that idea, which is let's see what this kid can do, especially if Mike McDaniel feels like his job is safe and this game isn't weighing on a decision one way or another. Like if Denver's rolling, Drake May, half of him being benched isn't going to take away his odds to win the MVP. That would genuinely be ridiculous. I think he's locked it up already, barring some brutal game in the first half today against this Dolphins defense. Why would they play him in the second half if they've got a nice cushion? Let Skylar Thompson go sling the football.
Well, don't let Skylar.
You mean Zach Wilson?
Whoa. Let Quinn Ewers go sling the football.
Like, is that who their backup is? Is that who the Patriots?
I meant Quinn Ewers. My mind is in another place.
Josh Dobbs is their backup.
Yeah.
Josh Dobbs.
You know who their third string is?
Bailey Zappi.
It is not Bailey Zappi. It's a good guess. Tommy DeVito.
Oh, Tommy Cutlets?
Tommy
The
Cutlets.
Italian.
Tommy Cutlets.
Tommy Cutlets is the third stringer.
Wow.
So
you wanna shake it up, Tobin? You want Shador and Prime? I want Tommy Cutlets here next year. Give me Tommy Cutlets. At least let's have a little fun.
He was an okay starter with the Giants. Okay, when I say
he,
okay.
he did things. He had moments. I don't mind having Tommy DeVito on the roster. That's so have him and his agent with the hat.
His agent and the agent's bodyguard, which 0% chance he does not own a deli up in New York, in Long Island.
Yeah. But I think this is set up for the Dolphins to cover. To win, we'll see. I mean, like,
I can't
if you
believe
get
it's
some
up to
crazy,
13.
if you get an interception, be interested to see how the defense goes about this. I mean, you got. Obviously Jordan Brooks does need a bat to come with a lot of enthusiasm. We've talked about the rookies playing a lot better and how they've gone about the season. Like, not having Minka's stunk, like that hasn't been great, but I think that this is a defense that's going to go down with some pride too. So,
man, this is basically like deluxe preseason,
pretty much.
I mean, I'm just looking at the lines right now. I mean, this is outside of yesterday, the two games. And then Atlanta and the Saints, because of the implications it has on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But I mean, New England 13.5-point favorite against the Dolphins. The Denver Broncos 14-point favorites against the Chargers, who have benched everybody. The Rams 14-point favorites against Arizona, who wants to lose. Buffalo 12-point favorites over New York, who wants to lose. Like, these games it's preseason.
You know what we definitely need? Another regular season game.
Oh, 100%. Get two more. Yeah,
just more regular season football. That's definitely what we need, is more regular season football to have everybody drag their carcass through these seasons. Like, we definitely don't need to be adding more football. I think we've reached it. Like, we would have been set last week. Everybody would, like, there's not that much on the line this week. We would have been just fine with the 16 games. And instead, they're going to be like 18 games.
One more. And then no more preseason, 20 regular season games. Enjoy it.
And a full slate on Christmas.
Of course.
Not just 3 games. We're going to do all the games on Christmas. Doesn't matter when the Christmas game is.
The only day we don't play football is Tuesday. We should play, Monday Night Football, Wednesday Night Football, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and just take one day off, and we'll be good.
We're going to and then just push the limits, everybody. And no guaranteed contract still. That's how we're going to go.
We'll take game contracts.
We'll get those actives and actives when they come out. The time is a little bit wonky today, but by the way, those are brought to you by JM Lexus. The December to remember is here shortly for more at JM Lexus, a JD Dealer of Excellence winner for 5 consecutive years. Save up to $2,000 with no dealer fee now at JM Lexus. Omar Kelly, Miami Dolphins columnist from the Miami Herald. He joins us next.
WQAM broadcasting live from the Ed Moore Sawgrass Auto Mall.
Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys.
Call 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
It's another Game Day Uncensored.
The final game of a Dolphin season we'd all like to forget is upon us. Today, the Fins are in Foxborough to face a formidable foe, the New England Patriots, who are playing like the Pats of old. Zach Sealer loves the way Quinn Ewers and all the other rookies stepped up last week in that win over the Bucs, and he's hopeful it'll happen again today.
I think it was a great game to see a lot of guys step up and make some plays. Obviously, we all know we're not going to sugarcoat it. We're not making playoffs, but to see guys go out there no matter the conditions and just play their best ball and show no quit, man, it was really awesome to see. So it's been exciting to see these young boys grow up, and look forward to keep playing and keep growing up on them.
Mike McDaniel has praise as well.
I made a point of it when I was talking to the team. You know, you're talking about we had our first undrafted this year with Theo Weiss. You have Quinn. Then you have Jay Marsh had a ton of plays and a takeaway. And, you know, Zeke Biggers had a field goal block. And, you know, I think we've been heavily reliant upon all the rookie class.
Will the new guys lead the Fins to victory this afternoon versus the Pats? We'll try to figure that out. It's Game Day Uncensored, the pregame show for real Miami football fans with Tobin and Solana, Omar Kelly, and Chris Perkins on FM 104.3 WQAM, Miami's sports leader.
Game Day Uncensored on FM 104.3 WQAM is brought to you by the Lexus TX. Room for all your passions in 3 rows of luxurious comfort. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Edmore Sawgrass Cadillac. Shop over 22 acres of Cadillacs built for luxury and performance at Edmore Sawgrass Cadillac. Start your game-winning drive today at Edmore Sawgrass Cadillac. EdmoreSawgrassCadillac.com. And by JM Lexus. JM Lexus has the best team in the business. A 4.8 Google rating with over 22,000 reviews and counting. JM Lexus, West Sample Road, Margate.
And welcome back in, everybody. It is Game Day Uncensored here on FM 104.3 WQAM. Tobin and Solana here with you as we're getting you ready for this season finale. Miami Dolphins football taking on the New England Patriots on the road. Dolphins are 13.5-point underdogs going into this game where the Patriots are trying to sew up seeding. Drake May is gunning for an MVP. The Dolphins, they're in the Quinn Ewers era right now. They're trying out their young QB, and he's going to be without a lot of pieces going into this game. We'll get to Omar here in just a second, but just to let everybody know, they did come out with the actives and inactives for today. And the big one that was maybe on the line was we knew that Achane wasn't going to play. We knew that Waddle was going to be out for this one. No Chopper Robinson. Solana been dealing with a concussion he suffered last game. I think that's the second one this year.
Yeah.
So he is inactive, and Minka Fitzpatrick with the calf, he's inactive, and Austin Jackson is going to miss the season finale. He is inactive.
The Chop one, you know, stinks because, again, we talked about it earlier. Didn't really make a splash this season, and you know, hasn't really had like any sort of really big impact. And you were hoping second year he'd take off, considering how well he played at the end of last year as a rookie. So that one stinks. I was kind of hoping he'd be out there and just give you something to get excited about next year.
Agreed. Omar, good afternoon. How are you, man?
I'm good, gentlemen. How are you?
Good.
Last week I gave you some Theo Weiss excitement. This week we are finally going to unleash Derek McClendon. If he balls and you wonder why he never played all season, just add him to the list of why these coaches suck.
Yeah, just but maybe they get to stick around some more, man. You know, we don't know. It's all up in the air. It's all a toss up right now.
Here's the thing. I know everybody's all obsessed with like getting it first and putting the information out and telling you what the speculation is and telling you who might be interviewing and naming Ian Cunningham as the guy that everybody wants to hire as GM. Mind you, keep in mind, there's only one GM job that's open right now, according to my calculations. More could be open, but there's only one team looking for a GM. However, I will tell you this. I don't think owner Steve Ross has basically made a decision. I definitely don't think the outcome of today's game determines that, because damn, nobody's playing. 6 starters are going to be sidelined.
Yep.
And more importantly, I think the next general manager is going to decide what happens with Mike McDaniel, and Steve Ross hopefully has learned not to dictate to prospective GMs who and how he could fire people.
Yeah, because it doesn't make even any Omar, it wouldn't even make sense. Like I'm cool with them going full bore, hit the thing running. It wouldn't even make sense to do all this, to do what you've always done. Like maybe it sounds like you would be doing different, but why handcuff a new guy, even if you felt like you looked at him more thoroughly?
You know what? I coincidentally wrote a column about that for this morning, and basically told you, trust no one. Why should you trust the Miami? Tell me the reason, both of you. I want an answer. Why should you trust the Miami Dolphins organization?
Go ahead, Solano, you first.
No, I'll let you take this one, Tobin. No, I mean, Omar, I'm with you. I don't think, and we talked about this a little bit last week. Like there hasn't been anything.
Isn't that the reason you get Troy? You're literally buying credibility. Because it's
no, you're not buying credibility. You're buying contacts. You're buying somebody who has freshly heard what's going on in the league. Because we've used Jimmy Johnson in the past. We've used Bill Parcells in the past. We've used Carl Peterson in the past. And what is it, as advisors and people who've led you with their connections? The problem with this management, this organization, these people running the organization is they have no connections. They have no feel and pulse. They have no true talent evaluator. They do. They have Marvin Allen, but they look at him like, hey, Marvin, go sit in the corner and be quiet. But Marvin is a well-respected talent evaluator in this league. I just don't think anybody listens to him, which is a clear reflection of where this organization is and why this organization is where they are. But they need people who make them feel comfortable. And unfortunately, people who make them feel comfortable are not necessarily good talent evaluators.
But isn't that why? And look, I mean, I'm looking at it from a different perspective here, through a different lens of that's why you go and you bring in Troy Aikman from the standpoint of this is somebody from outside the building. Somebody who, by the way, isn't like staking his reputation on the outcome of this decision, but he's looking at it from, hey, I'm coming from, a very accomplished past in this league, and I think this is what you guys should do.
I'm an absolute outsider. I make $30 million talking on TV once a week. I sit and I meet with executives, and I really don't care how this ends for you. That's pretty much who Troy Aikman is. And that's great. I like the contacts. I like the fact that he could pick up a phone and get on the horn with real people who evaluate football and say, hey, give me the hottest names you know. Give me the guy right now if you're in position to hire somebody you would want to target. I need to know. And basically, it's an indictment on them because, truthfully speaking, they've only been led by agents and agencies for the last 20 years. And that's kind of disappointing because agents and agencies, they generally have an agenda always. And, not to say that anybody else doesn't have an agenda, but, for instance, Seattle, I forget what his name is, the general manager for Seattle, one of the best in the game, been that way for years, quietly, just absolutely killing it at his job, which you could see by the organization restructure in 2 years. He's been one of the top in the game for 10 plus years, but people don't, I could barely remember his name. Another guy, I give you a perfect example, Indianapolis' general manager, who people, why is his name escaping right now? But people are saying that he might be fired. If he's fired, I'm literally running to go talk to him and interview
Chris Ballard? Was it Chris Ballard?
Chris Ballard. Yes, Chris Ballard, because he's very good at his job. I know Indianapolis has been basically a very disappointing franchise for the last couple of years because they haven't got the quarterback right. Andrew Luck walked out on them. Then they invested in Jacoby Brissett. Then they just kind of made bad decisions. The quarterback went after Phillip Rivers. Then they drafted Anthony Richardson. And they, did a lot of bad quarterback decisions. But talent-wise, they got talent. They showed you that earlier this season before, they lost their quarterback and a number of key starters and went from the hottest team in the NFL to one of the coldest. But I ask you, do you trust these people to get it right? And what makes anything that they're doing now different than what they've done in the past? Because I could argue to you that this same model that they're trying to build and trying to put in is the exact same model that they had in Dennis Hickey's first year, where Donna Ponte handled the business. Dennis Hickey was supposed to select talent, and Joe Philbin was the head coach that forced on Dennis Hickey. Like, how different are things than what you're doing right now?
And that's the thing is, like, well, how can you go about that and then keep Mike around? Like, it just doesn't make sense.
I'm not gonna sit here and talk about keeping Mike around and entertain the keeping Mike around conversation until Steve Ross says Mike is going to be the Miami Dolphins coach in 2024. Right. And I'm not sure he said that after this game. Now, it could be possible, but I highly doubt it, because the last time you did a real legit general manager search, you turned off half the candidate field because you told them that they'd have to take Joe Philbin.
Right.
Now, would I argue to you that Mike is a bad head coach? I would not make that argument to you, because I think Mike is a decent head coach. I think he has the potential to continue to grow and get better. Is he a leader of men? Not really. But can I sit here and name you a coaching candidate who I'm convicted can do better than Mike absolutely right now? I'm not sure I could do that. So, that's where we are.
Which is why, I was making the case earlier. And by the way, Omar, just so you know, like I've been consistent here. I want the clean slate. But with that being said, I was telling Tobin earlier, I was making the point where this doesn't feel to me shades of Philbin, where you're turning off potential GM candidates because you want to keep the head coach in place. I think Mike McDaniel is. Yeah, but
doesn't.
I think
I'm asking you because I didn't hear you. Does or doesn't feel like that?
No, it doesn't. It does not, because I feel like Mike McDaniel is very well respected around the league. Genuinely, I do, and I think people look at him as a very brilliant offensive mind. Whether or not we feel that way down here is a different conversation. I don't think GMs around the league or potential GM hires around the league would be turned off at the idea of Mike McDaniel being here, barring the Harbaugh or the Tomlin becoming available. And I think Stephen Ross would jump at the chance to bring one of those guys in.
Absolutely. We need to see how Black Monday plays out. And if Steve Ross is smart, he'd wait not only till Black Monday plays out, but wait till the first round of the playoff plays out. Because who knows if John Harbaugh wins that division and advances and then gets knocked out in the first round, which very likely could happen, or same for Mike Tomlin, we could be looking at a coaching change. We could be looking at all kinds of changes if somebody gets hired, if Dallas's former coach, Green Bay's former coach, why names escape me today. I'm having a bad day with names.
McCarthy. Mike McCarthy.
Mike McCarthy gets hired with the Giants and then tells the Giants organization Sheen has to go. And Sheen's was the number 2 around here, or number 3 around here, right under Chris Greer. He's got connections to the organization. We don't know what'll happen. Chris Ballard gets fired. We don't know what'll happen. Maybe those coaches want to bring in their own coach. Stefanski likely gets fired. He's been a 2-time coach of the year. We don't know what'll happen. I don't think I'm interested in old man Pete Carroll, but he's expected to be fired. We don't know what'll happen. So much is in play, so much is up in the air. But right now, what we do know is the Dolphins, they have one of 3 available head coaching positions, and those are hard to find. And they have, I believe, the only open vacant general manager job right now at this present moment.
You want my wacky one?
What'd you say?
You want my wacky one? I'm getting crushed for it. Everybody's mad at me for it.
Please tell us at me.
All right, so I saw that there's like this McDaniel Cleveland buzz. I don't know if it's real or not, but whatever. For fantasy sake, let's say it's true. They love Mike McDaniel. Trade Mike McDaniel to Cleveland with Quinn Ewers for Shador Sanders. Hire Coach Prime.
Okay. I don't support it, but I should. In terms of Shador Sanders, I would ride with that. I would work with that. I've taken a really deep look at all the quarterbacks in this draft, and most of them are trash, except for the Indiana kid.
Yep.
Dante Moore, who a lot of people are speculating he might be the number one pick because of his tools and intangibles and upside, and the fact that he's going to do great at a combine. Yeah, I watched him at the Orange Bowl, was not impressed at all. And yes, it was one game, and I've watched him previously and really didn't walk away, but everybody keeps talking about how good he is, and I'm like, okay, I don't see it. A lot of these quarterbacks, and I've heard this from a talent evaluator, Quinn Ewers would be rated higher than a lot of these quarterbacks coming into this draft if he had returned to college football or played for, let's say, North Carolina, which offered him $2 million. He just chose to come to the NFL and get a good head start. Now, am I sitting here and telling you that Quinn Ewers is going to be better than any of these guys drafted in 2026? Absolutely not. What I am telling you is there's some upside there, but could he become the next Chad Henne? Yeah, sure. We don't know. We it's hard to evaluate it now, especially because there aren't 5 games. Defenses don't have 5 games a book on him, and right now he's playing without his starters.
So, Omar, you don't think today for the Dolphins, without, you mentioned 6 starters, today is just a pride game? Like it should. I'm with you. It shouldn't, but you don't think it'll matter in terms of what Stephen Ross decides to do with McDaniel?
I don't think it'll matter in what Stephen Ross does with McDaniel. In fact, if they lose, it benefits them because they'll probably get pick number 8 as opposed to being picking 11, 12, 13. And, if you're going to sell that pick to whoever for whatever, whether it be a coach or whether it be a quarterback, being in the top 10 has way more value than being 13. I believe I looked it up points-wise, and it's like the equivalent of a second-round pick. Which is crazy. No, third-round pick, which is crazy to me. It's like the difference between pick number 8 and pick number 13 is like third-round pick.
The offensive line, like they kind of had their most solid year in a while. It always felt like it was an issue.
Mm-hmm.
Is it possible to bring it all back next year? Because, how much should I trust Austin Jackson's health? Cole Strange, I don't know what his situation is. Brewer, I don't know what his contract situation is. So, how likely is it they can bring them back?
They can bring all of them back. Cole Strange, depending on whether Butch Barry is here or not, why would you want to leave this situation? You probably just had the best starting year of your career. This scheme certainly fits you. I can honestly tell you, I think he's better than Jonah Savaiinaea. And this shouldn't be a surprise considering Cole Strange has been a first-round pick. Jonah was not. Yeah, you could run it back. I don't think you're going to cut Austin Jackson because there can be ramifications to that. Now, probably you're right at one more year with Austin Jackson, but the back injury and the number of injuries is never ideal. But yes, absolutely. I would run it back with every single one of these offensive linemen. I hope that James Daniels can unseat Jonah Savaiinaea and keep it moving, because I thought they really became the backbone of this team this season. And I know as talented as Devon Achane was, he wasn't averaging 5.6 or 5.7 yards per carry last season, and he's the same player.
Tobin brought this up a little earlier. What's your take? I know Waddle's not going to play today. What's your take on Jalen Waddle this year in general? A lot was made about him having to become wide receiver 1 or becoming wide receiver 1 when Tyreek went down, and he had to step up production. Does
he look like an alpha receiver?
No.
Okay. Well, conversation over. He's not an alpha receiver. He's a spacer. Maybe he can, and I haven't really seen him. I've seen him catch one deep pass this year. Mm-hmm. Maybe one the last 2 years. it still pains me, and I like Jalen. I really do like Jalen, but it still pains me very, very much, a ton of pain, that you had an opportunity to get Jamar Chase in that draft by just staying where you are, not trading back for crap, and you knew you would have the best receiver in the league in 5 years, but you chose to say, "Nah, let me trade. I don't need the best receiver in the league for 5 years. A top 15 receiver will do, and I'll get an extra first round pick." Like, huh? Like, if you have the chance to have a generational player, don't you take that?
Yep.
Every time.
So.
Every time.
Who didn't think Jamar Chase was a generational player? If it was Chris Greer, then he should have been fired that year. So, I mean, that's my thing about this organization, which is why I wrote that column in the Miami Herald. Who do you trust around here? There's a damn person I trust related to the Dolphins organization. Maybe Tom Garfinkel. And he doesn't make football decisions. Tom Garfinkel knows how to make money.
Yeah, he's good at that.
So the Dolphins know how to sell hope. They're real good at that. That's Tom Garfinkel. Everybody else, real mediocre at their job.
Omar, we appreciate the time, man. Thank you so much.
All right, guys.
All right. Go check out his work in the Miami Herald. Omar Kelly. Always appreciate when he joins us here on the program. We'll take a break here on Game Day Uncensored. More to come. We're back after this.
The Miami Hurricanes are in the college football Final Four Thursday night at the
For real Miami football fans on FM 104.3 WQAM.
Now, welcome back, everybody. It's game day, uncensored here on FM 104.3 WQAM. Tobin and Solana here with you as you get you ready for Dolphins and Patriots, and then just kind of wrapping up overall the thoughts of this year, which is going to go towards another season of change. What did you make there of what Omar was talking about, Solana? I mean, trust no one with the organization, and then the idea, though, I think is, and I feel like we came away with this, Omar. Omar does not believe any of the we're leaning safe on McDaniel, that there truly hasn't been a decision made. At least that's the impression I was getting from him. And that if they did, you're kind of putting yourself in just, you're setting yourself up for another change anyway if Mike doesn't work out next year. Yeah, well, I mean, look, I think the announcement of Troy Aikman coming on and coming aboard with this process to me is important, especially the timeline here. Tobin, the Dolphins should have been doing their due diligence on a potential GM, talking with different people, talking around the league. Troy Aikman working the phones and talking around the league. Hey, what's your thought process here on potential GMs coming to Miami and keeping Mike McDaniel? And then relaying that information to Stephen Ross. Like, I like the idea of not making a move tomorrow, but I'm hoping that the Dolphins are already, somewhat close to making some sort of decision on who the next guy is to lead the organization, because if not, why fire Chris Greer 8 weeks ago? So, because he's terrible. No, I get you, but like, what difference does it make? Like, if you haven't started that process yet, if you're not close at this point, you know what I mean? So, look, I can't. When Omar asks you and I, who do you trust in this organization? I mean, we literally don't have an answer, genuinely, because I don't trust Stephen Ross to make the right decision, because he, time and time again, hasn't. And then I don't know who else is going to be in the brass of the organization. His son-in-law seems like he's getting in the powerful,
right.
And that's another thing that's interesting, is like, this was a Dolphins team that a couple of years ago was not going to really be in the Ross family decision-wise anymore. It was going to go to Bruce Beal. They got busted tampering. You embarrass Stephen Ross, you lose a first-round pick, and so then it basically goes, no, I guess we're going to keep it in the family, but it's, Stephen Ross's son-in-law, who we really don't know anything about. We've never heard him speak before. Ownership doesn't really talk around here, not that they ever will. Like, it's not something that's common even around town. The Violas don't talk a lot. The Arisons don't talk a lot. Like, Stephen Ross spoke probably more than any owner in town, other than like Loria used to speak. Bruce Sherman does a press conference at spring training. The Moss family won after the championship, but like, you don't hear a ton from ownership and where the vision is, and where they're planning to go. But I just, I'm with you. I think that clean slate is all that has made sense. It seemed like once they lost to the Browns, I was like, that game was grounds for firing. Like, you don't have to have this contemplation anymore. This didn't work. Right. You tried. It's over.
It's over. Learn when to move on. Learn when to turn the page. I thought that should have been last year. Genuinely, I did. And I was adamant about it with you, Tobin. I thought, the window had closed with this version of the team, unfortunately. And you felt like you were close in 2023. You put all your chips to the center of the table in 2023, and you said, this is the team that's going to go and win a playoff game and compete for the division and compete for a title. Look, you were close. You had a 3-game lead in the division. And the reality is you weren't really close. That's just, and that might smack some people in the face, because that team was so much fun. And Tobin, like, we could argue, if you really want to do this, you go back 25 years, that might be the best Dolphins team that was assembled. I know there were a couple actual, playoff teams in the Wildcat year, which was fun as hell, and in 2016 behind the back of Jay Ajayi. But like, talent-wise, that was the most fun and most stacked roster we've seen since Dan Marino retired. And unfortunately, it sucks to swallow the fact that you weren't close. but that window closed after that year.
Yeah, it was all very brittle. Like I agree with you. I think that if Tua stays healthy the first year, who knows? If the team it didn't lose every pass rusher and Tyreek Hill doesn't get horse collared on Monday Night Football, like who knows? Maybe. But I think the fact that it was that flimsy, everybody kind of like was like, do we know? But it all fell apart.
But even then, like if you really go back, okay, they make the playoffs. They go play Kansas City. Okay, nobody beats Kansas City. Fine. Nobody beats Kansas City at Arrowhead. Fine. The Chiefs go on. They make the Super Bowl that year. They win the Super Bowl. So like that was a really good team. But you weren't even close. You didn't belong on the same field. And then you have people after that game who were talking about, well, you had signed pass rushers off the street, and Bradley Chubb and Jalen Phillips got hurt. And that's fair, Tobin, genuinely. Like, from a football perspective, you lost your two best pass rushers. That's fair, and I get the defense was banged up. But go back and watch that game. You didn't belong on the same field with the Kansas City Chiefs. And if you don't belong on the same field with the perennial Super Bowl contender, then are you really close? And the answer to that was no. And after that season, of course, Chris Greer, the general manager who built that team, who made that the draft selection with Tua, who made the trade for Tyreek Hill, of course he's going to say, yeah, what I built is close. Of course he is.
Sure.
But a prudent owner and somebody in an owner with Steve Ross who has football minds around him should have reevaluated that situation and said, hold on a second. We put a ton of money into Tyreek Hill. We're about to pay this quarterback a boatload of money. We put all our resources into building that team, and you lose 26-7 in a playoff game. Like, that is what all this built up to. And at that moment, there should have been a pivot. There should have been some sort of realization, hey, this isn't it. And instead, they double down and double down and double down and double down. And here you are, 4 years into the McDaniel era. You've decided to kick the bucket on Tua Tagovailoa, and now it feels like it's officially come to an end.
It does feel that way. By the way, we have some breaking NFL news. Myles Garrett has broken the sack record.
Wow.
Joe Burrow wanted no part of it, by the way. He just went down. It was a little reminiscent of Michael Strahan
right,
and Brett Favre back in the day. Like, as soon as Joe Burrow knew he was cooked, he just went down to the heap. He did not he had no interest in fighting. That was a first down. It's not like the game was on the line or anything. He's just like, I'm getting the hell out of here.
I don't blame him, bro. I'm not trying to week 18 trying to get thrown down by the baddest dude in the league, who, by the way, is trying to break a record. No thanks.
No, thank you. We'll get to some porpoise props coming on up. We'll predict the game ball as we march towards this kickoff, as the Dolphins are getting set to take on the New England Patriots, week 18 of the season. We'll take a break. More to come here on the show. We're back after this.
WQAM, broadcasting live from the Ed Moore Sawgrass Auto Mall studio.
Uncensored, the pregame show for real Miami football fans on FM 104.3 WQAM.
And welcome back, everybody. It's Game Day Uncensored here. Brendan Tobin and Alejandro Solana here with you. Dan Day running things for us as the Miami Dolphins getting set for the New England Patriots Week 18 of the NFL season will come your way. And Game Day Uncensored brought to you by the Lexus December to Remember sales event. Get offers on select models now through January 5th. Solana, let's get to that point of the show where we look at some of the action in this game. We like to refer to this as a little segment where we peruse our favorite app and get into some porpoise props.
It's time for
I don't know about you, but that looked like money.
Porpoise Props.
Hopefully you didn't jinx us.
Props.
Note to self on radio New Year's resolutions. Change the imaging.
Gonna have to next year, man. Gonna have a
change
lot of different voices.
Change the imaging. All right, Solana. So this is a 13.5 point spread right off the bat. Dolphins are plus 650 on the money line if you want to just say they win outright. But do you like the Dolphins to cover today?
I do. You said it's still 13.5?
Still 13.5.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a lot. And I think Denver's going to be up by a zillion by the time it's halftime. So why not take out Drake May for the New England Patriots? I like the Dolphins to cover today. I really do. 2 touchdowns. I don't know, man. Weird things happen in Week 18. Patriots are going to realize quickly, in my mind, they have nothing to play for. I do. I like the Dolphins to cover.
The best anytime touchdown bets, the lead dog is Ramondre Stevenson. He's minus 120 for the Patriots, and Travion Henderson is plus 100. But Jalen Wright is the lead candidate for the Dolphins. He's plus 100. Then you got Dulcich de Leche. He is plus 275. Malik Washington is plus 300. Ollie Gordon plus 325. And the Weasel, Theo Weiss, is plus 500.
What are you leaning towards? I like Dulcich de Leche. But you think this is going to be, how I told you earlier, Quinn Ewers, let it fly game? Or is this going to be more of stick to our principles, set the edge, run hard, toss plays to Jalen Wright, Ollie Gordon up the middle? What are you feeling for this game?
I actually like the one that you've been going to the last couple of weeks. I think this is the week for it. I think Quinn Ewers scoring an anytime touchdown. This feels like the week. This feels like the week where he kind of lays it all out there and gets into the end zone himself.
I like that. It's got to be the week, please, for the love of God, because I'm 0-2 on that. It's got to be the week.
Plus 650 for Quinn Ewers to score a touchdown.
Let's run it, baby. Let's ride. Let it rip. Come on,
Jeff
Quinn.
Wilson. Jeff Wilson plus 1,600.
Stop. You got to stop tossing that out there.
Alec Ingold plus 2,000.
Please, God, no. I don't want any Alec Ingold, even though it would make sense at the end of the McDaniel era to finally have Alec Ingold punch it in on 4th and short.
Nick Westbrook-Akine plus 2,250.
He's playing? They're putting him back out there?
Well, they only have so many bodies. Like, I don't know how many
That's
snaps he's going to play because they want to keep the compensatory pick. But I think he's active today.
Yeesh.
So is Todd Washington.
What a bleak anytime touchdown selection if you're a Dolphins fan and you want to pull a little action on them. Jalen Wright, Greg Dulcich, Malik Washington, Ollie Gordon, Theo Weiss Jr., Quinn Ewers, in that order. That is tough.
Would you put Theo Weiss, his over-under on yardage is 20.5? I feel like he could, just on one catch, I feel like he could erase that.
Tobin, can I take back my answer? No, I don't think the Dolphins are covering today. Now that I'm playing this all out in my head and the names are sitting there in front of me to look at, I don't know. I don't know if this team, can a team comprised of Quinn Ewers, Jalen Wright, Ollie Gordon, Theo Weiss Jr., and Greg Dulcich stick with the potentially number one overall seed in the AFC? No. This is probably too obvious. It should be sitting right there in front of our faces. No, they cannot.
What about interceptions? You like Jason Marshall to get another interception today at plus 1,100?
What's funny is everybody was kind of upset with Jason Marshall last week. He wasn't having the best game, and then he came up with the big interception to seal it.
He was really good. Okay. There's only 2 guys listed on the sack props. That's Bradley Chubb and Zach Sealer. Bradley Chubb is plus 115 to get a sack. Zach Sealer is plus 240. If that gets you going at all. Jalen Wright to go over his over-under is plus 120. His over-under set at 59.5.
Yeesh.
Yeah.
Damn. They're good at Vegas. They're good over there.
Pretty crazy. I
don't know. I mean, you don't have a lean here? You don't have a lean on exactly, how McDaniel's going to approach this?
I feel like it's going to be a lot of running the football. Like, I feel like he's going to try and I think the way I would imagine it is I feel like he's going to go a lot of Jalen Wright and then those quick plays to either Dulcich. I don't know who your number one target is. Like, all Weasel jokes aside, I don't know. That was Theo Weiss's only play was that bomb last week where it broke the coverage broke down. So I don't know how much you could rely on him. Could this be a Malik Washington gets fed the rock a lot game? Like this is like where they go to Malik Washington a lot. Like, he obviously trusts him. He likes him as a weapon. He unveils him a lot, but I don't know how much he is going to use him in the pass game a ton in this game. So I feel like it's going to lean more tight ends. Like, I feel like that's very clearly Dulcich has found himself. And even with Tua was playing, like, he's found himself open. He's found his ability to make an impact that way. Now with no Waddle at all this game, like, dude, does Vrabel know that too and take it away? I don't know, but still think he can find himself in some key spots.
Jalen Wright, 2.5 receptions at plus 145.
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that.
Seems to be so hard to lay off of.
I look, this may bite me in the ass, but who cares? We don't have a pregame show for a year. I don't trust him catching the football.
Yeah.
At least when Tua was out there. When Tua was out there, like, he had stone hands. He never could catch the football.
About as reliable as Julian Hill catching a football. Greg Dulcich, there's a reason, as you're discussing that, why he's at 3.5, but minus 135.
Mm-hmm.
That's Quinn Ewers' guy. That's his guy. They've got that connection.
Yeah, that is his guy. That's who he's gonna. That's the old perennial safety blanket for him.
Yeah.
So I like that for him. So I'm.
What about Stephon Diggs? So I was reading.
Oh man.
I mean, man, you had mentioned, the Stephon Diggs controversy. There's another guy for New England that also got hit with some pretty rough indictments or charges. So like they're about to lock up the 1 seed or have a chance at it, and everything's crumbling. But you saw that he also has $1 million on the line today.
Does he?
Yeah, he's got $1 million on the line for receptions. He needs a certain amount of receptions for $500,000 and a certain amount of yards as well to hit for $500,000. So,
I mean, I can see him doing it because, like, some of these guys are so damn good. Listen, we saw Tyreek Hill get put in handcuffs, and the guy had his best game of the season last year. Some of these guys can get on the field and compartmentalize, and that's just where they cook. So I can see Stephon Diggs still going nuts if he's out there.
He needs 8 receptions to finish the season with 90 and collect another $500,000 in incentives, and 30 receiving yards to finish the season with 1,000 or more and collect another $500,000.
I feel like he's going to get fed the rock.
Yeah,
a lot. Yeah, you like that, Dan? You think Stephon Diggs is getting it a lot today?
Come on, man. Stephon Diggs, when the cameras are on, when the lights are on, and in this instance with also, the 1 seed's on the line, but you've locked up a playoff and you've locked up a lot of things. Yeah, he's probably going to get it before halftime, to be honest with you.
Get it done early.
It gives you an idea of what Vegas thinks. Over under on receptions, 4.5, but you've got to lay minus 170, $170 to make 100. Under 4.5 is at plus 130. And I'll tell you, receiving yards for Stephon Diggs over 57.5 at minus 115. So yeah, they think he's about to be $1 million richer by the end of tonight's game.
You never know, though. Jack Jones is known to hold that jersey, man. Jack Jones is petty like that. He's just going to get pass interferences until the game's over and keep his money out of his pocket.
I love guys who are just antagonists, like right off the bat. This happened yesterday at the Heat game, by the way, where the Heat were out of the game, and then they just made this crazy run of hitting like 3 threes and got it to like 10. And they would have had it to single digits, but Myron Gardner, who is their last guy on the roster, he's an antagonist, and like the only thing he's really made of headlines this year was he really pissed off Klay Thompson. He pissed off Klay Thompson
on the bench at the end of the bench.
Yeah, at the end of the bench, he was disrespecting Klay Thompson, and I think he was calling him wash or something like that. So much that Caron Butler, Heat assistant coach, made him go apologize to Klay Thompson. And then yesterday, he scores like 2 baskets. He gets a 3. He gets like 8 points in like 2 minutes. And then he's able on a double team, they tie up Jaden McDaniels, and he just shouts in his face, yeah. I don't know, what else he may have said. But Jaden McDaniels, as he's walking away, he shoves him as Gardner's walking away, and he got a technical foul. Some guys are just antagonists. They just have that in them, and they're good at it. That's what it seems like Jack Jones is. Just getting under people's skin.
He's nailed that role for him. And low-key, he's been pretty solid, Toby.
It's been a nice season.
Yeah.
It has been a nice season. I like Jack Jones.
Big interception. That was against the Jets, right? Monday Night Football. Like, he won that game.
Yeah.
Punching out the football. Wasn't that Jack Jones?
I don't remember if that was Jones or Douglas.
Yeah, it was Jones. But you also have to say, Rasul Douglas is quietly having a very good year, and he might have some pride to go in there and shut down Stephon Diggs. So that would maybe throw a kink into your Stephon Diggs props.
Yeah, they've had I think they've been pretty solid for knowing what the secondary situation was, like Cam Smith being a bust, Storm Duck going down, Cater Kohu going down. They really had nobody. And I think that was kind of what Anthony Weaver was getting to. He's just like, come on, man. Like, what was this defense like pieced together? It was a bunch of rookies, a bunch of no names in the secondary. And
but
they were okay. They were a joke to start the season, but they were pretty serviceable by the end of the year.
I didn't love those comments though. Like I look, what he's saying is true. Even last week where he was talking about all the new faces and whatever, but I didn't love those comments from the standpoint of, well, it's your job to know that. You know what I mean, Tobin? Because he said this week, hey, I probably would have had those guys do a little bit less at the start of the season because it hit me. The realization of, man, there's a lot of new guys, a lot of young players, a lot of new faces trying to run the same scheme that I was running last year. And they struggled schematically to piece the puzzle together early on. I mean, it's your job to know that. It's your job to evaluate that. It's your job to put your guys in the best position to win. And you can't just assume this worked for me last year, it's going to work for me this year. So while I understand what he's saying, and I don't think he's necessarily wrong, there was a lot of hurdles for him to have to overcome as a defensive coordinator to start the season. It's his job to know that. It's his job to understand that and adjust accordingly.
Joe Burrow has thrown a touchdown pass to Jamar Chase. The Bengals are up on the Browns, and the game is about to go final.
Yeah, it's about 14 seconds. Also, the Falcons are up on the Saints 16-10, 6 points.
All right.
Remember,
so they're up 6. We got a lot of these games starting to wrap up here in the 1 o'clock slate, which was not very entertaining. The final score we had
Bradley Chubb, Atlanta Falcons 16-10. That's 6 points that they need right there to get Bradley Chubb. So if they win 16-10, might not see Bradley Chubb today.
Jacksonville hammered the Titans 41-7. Cam Ward left that game early with a shoulder injury. The Vikings beat the Packers 16-3, so they finished 9-8. The Packers finished 9-7-1. And yeah, we're waiting for the Browns game to go final. It's 4th and 3, at least on the Gamecast right now. I don't know if you guys have the game on anywhere right now, but looks and appears like Cleveland will squeak out with that one before the end of it. That's where that. And then coming up here in the 4 o'clock slate tonight. Well, first of all, we got a huge game tonight. You got the AFC North on the line on Sunday Night Football, Ravens and Steelers. And it kind of feels like the coach is a loser leaves town match. Like whatever coach loses is getting fired.
You really think that though? You really think these guys are going to move on from Tomlin or Harbaugh? Really? I know Omar was trying to say that the Lamar Jackson thing has become Lamar or Harbaugh, that situation is kind of festered, and that, you know, that the entire organization is split right now between those two. You really think they're going to move on from Harbaugh or Tomlin?
I don't know. I think that if there was one that was more likely, I feel like it's Harbaugh more than Tomlin, because I just think that that's just in the nature more of the Steelers. They don't get rid of their coach, and especially if they make the playoffs. Browns won. Field goal at the buzzer. How about that?
Wow.
20-18. They finished.
What about Zach Taylor?
They were saying this morning, I saw Schefter, and he was saying that, like, Burrow loves Zach Taylor.
I read the same thing this morning, that Burrow and Jamar Chase and T. Higgins have gone to bat for him, and that the word is he's safe. Now, our old friend Al Golden, I don't know about that. He might be getting the boot because of how bad the defense has been. But my question is more along the lines of, how the hell does he still have a job?
I don't know.
If you think about it, like, if Joe Burrow, the only quarterback in the AFC to go toe-to-toe with Mahomes, other than Tom Brady, to go toe-to-toe with Mahomes and beat him in the playoffs on the road at Arrowhead. Nobody does that. Nobody goes to Arrowhead in the playoffs and beat him. They did that. They got to the Super Bowl. Awesome. Everybody loves that team. Joe Burrow, everybody considers him elite. And then you're sitting here 4 years later, literally haven't done anything, haven't made the playoffs in a couple of years consecutive.
They did come a play away from going back to the Super Bowl because of the late hit on Patrick Mahomes. So yeah, now you look at it, you're like, well, what are you doing now?
Yeah.
I think he's got the Burrow pass. If Burrow likes him, then he gets to stick around, dude.
Yep.
We'll take a break. Final segment coming on up before we hand it over to Solana for preheat. Get you ready for Heat and Pelicans,
which I just learned is an extended version of preheat. I'll just take it over for an hour and just keep talking with no changeover. All right, Len and Antoine, I see you, sneaky.
Wow, I'm sorry, man.
Nah, it's all good, man. Lots to talk about, anyways.
But we will predict the game ball, and we will go over the scores coming up here for the 4:00 slate. And also, the Dolphins are now really, really alone in South Florida. Back after this.
Hey, we want to hear what you have to say. Text WQAM on the Kendall Toyota text line at 305-567-0560. The big one is here at Kendall Toyota. All new Toyotas on sale now with financing as low as 0% on our most popular cars and trucks. Number one in the 305 since 1969. Kendall Toyota on US 1. Call 305-KENDALL and text WQAM at 305-567-0560.
Hi, Joe Jackie here for Williamson Cadillac. Get the most out of the South Florida lifestyle in a new Cadillac from Williamson Cadillac. New models are arriving daily at Williamson. This means Williamson Cadillac is sure to have the new vehicle you're looking for. The CT4, CT5, XT5, XT6, and the new all-electric Lyriq. Get the most out of the South Florida lifestyle in a new Cadillac from your luxury dealership located on US 1 just south of the Palmetto. Williamson Cadillac. Williamson is Miami.
Flanagan's, South Florida's favorite restaurants and home of the iconic Green Joe Cup. Flanagan's is featuring Joe's Meal Deals, Sunday through Thursday, dine-in only. Choose from ribs, wings, steaks, prime rib, shrimp, and some of Flanagan's most popular dishes, plus garlic rolls, a Caesar salad, and a free beverage starting at just $15.99. You can't beat that deal anywhere. Are you hungry yet? All Flanagan's locations are featuring Joe's $6.99 lunch with the purchase of a beverage. Choices like a whopping 10-ounce burger or 10 chicken wings. Every Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. till 4 p.m. Brugal 1888 rum. 750 milliliter is $34.99. Buy one, get one free throughout January at any Big Daddy's Wine and Liquors. Flanagan's. Life the way it should be. South Florida. It's time. On January 10th, Real American Freestyle brings the world's best wrestlers to Amerit Bank Arena for RFO5. Olympians, NCAA champions, MMA legends. No cage, no scrap, just real competition at the highest stage. Don't miss RAF05 live at Amerit Bank Arena, January 10th. Get your tickets now at realamericanfreestyle.com. That's realamericanfreestyle.com. And witness wrestling on its new main stage.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm going to make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on up. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline full synthetic motor oil, a Wix filter, and a $15 gift card after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
This is Game Day Uncensored on WQAM FM and HD1 Miramar, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, and WQAM AM Miami, an Odyssey sports station.
Powered by Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys.
Call 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
It's another Game Day Uncensored.
From frosty, freezing Foxborough, the Dolphins will close out their season today versus the New England Patriots. What a way to end a sad season. The Finns are, however, coming off a win last Sunday against the Buccaneers. Quinn Ewers is going to start today, looking for win number 2 of his young career. His thoughts on his very first NFL victory.
It's what I always dreamed of, is playing in this league, the highest level in this position. And it's special whenever you got a group of guys like we do this year. I mean, going back to it, we're not playing for a Super Bowl. I thought we did a really good job of coming out here and playing for each other and playing for our last names and playing for the organization and showing that when adversity strikes, we're going to respond. And I thought we did a great job of that.
There were other great rookie performances last week as well. Mike McDaniel was impressed.
I was pleasantly surprised in that I've learned over the years that don't have your expectations shaped directly by practice in that particular regard. He was doing a very good job getting everyone aligned, going play to play and having command, but you expect kind of a downshift in the game. And I didn't see that.
There's going to be plenty of time in the coming months to discuss whether the rookies are really the Finns' future. But right now, we've got a game to talk about. Dolphins and Pats on Game Day Uncensored, the pregame show for real Miami football fans. Tobin, Solana, Omar Kelly, and Chris Perkins on FM 104.3 WQAM. Miami's sports leader.
Game Day Uncensored on FM 104.3 WQAM is brought to you by the Lexus TX. Room for all your passions in 3 rows of luxurious comfort. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Edmore Sawgrass Cadillac. Shop over 22 acres of Cadillacs built for luxury and performance at Edmore Sawgrass Cadillac. Start your game-winning drive today at Edmore Sawgrass Cadillac. EdmoreSawgrassCadillac.com. And by JM Lexus. JM Lexus has the best team in the business. A 4.8 Google rating with over 22,000 reviews and counting. JM Lexus, West Sample Road, Margate.
And welcome on in and welcome back, everybody. It is Game Day Uncensored here on FM 104.3 WQAM. Brendan Tobin and Alejandro Solana here with you alongside Dan Day, who is celebrating right now, I imagine, because did they just get the onside kick, Dan Day? Like
no, just Bradley Chubb, man. The Saints scored a touchdown, a 7-point cushion, a little bit more. So, you know what I'm saying? They have to be 6 points better than the Falcons today. So an extra meaningless touchdown when you're down 19-0 or 19-10. That means something because Bradley Chubb could make $5.5 million.
So they only can give up 10 points to the Patriots today.
Are you actively like genuinely rooting for Bradley Chubb?
A lot of money. It is a lot of money.
Yeah, I'm actively rooting for
Chubb.
everyone making money. Hold up.
Well, I mean, Bradley Chubb's. It's not like Bradley Chubb's struggling to pay bills right now. Like, I mean, I'm happy for him. You know, good for him. But I mean, Bradley Chubb made $20+ million this year. Like, I mean, we're so like actively rooting for him to win 5 more. I mean, I don't know.
We call it a little double Dutch. My home team scoring a touchdown, getting it closer, and Bradley Chubb, one of my other home team guys, maybe make an extra $5.5 million.
Right. Tyler Shuck with a touchdown pass and a run today. You know.
Yeah. By the way, a good quarterback, maybe the future set, and then maybe some good karma going into the Heat Pelicans game today.
Man, Dan Day is just a beaten down football fan. And like Tyler Shuck, maybe like I don't know. You feel good about Tyler Shuck over in New Orleans?
I feel better about Tyler Shuck than Tua Tagovailoa.
Oh well, yeah. I mean,
well,
what are we doing there?
Him and then JJ McCarthy today running around like a maniac and hurting his hand again.
What did JJ McCarthy do? Why was he getting into people's faces? Like he picked up like an 8-yard rush and then he got called for a 15-yard taunting penalty.
He's a maniac. I don't know what the hell's going on there with him. It's very, very strange. But yes, the Saints look like they're going to fall short 19-17, and that would send Carolina to the playoffs. Yeah, with Atlanta winning.
Carolina goes, despite Tampa Bay beating them the other day. Carolina goes.
Man. Oof.
I saw a video of Baker Mayfield watching the game, just
that's crazy.
Horrified.
Yeah, we're all. How the hell did the Carolina Panthers make the playoffs?
They'll host a playoff game, by the way. They're going to host at 8-9.
17-0 on them. 17-0. Darren Waller caught that touchdown. I walked out of the room by myself. I go, game over. Bad job by me.
Yeah, I mean, this is crazy. They were cruising in that game, and then they didn't even. Who was it? Rico Dowdle who ran for 200 on them.
Yep, Rico Dowdle.
I guess not as embarrassing. I mean, I guess the Dolphins' schedule didn't turn out to be as embarrassing because like
Rico Dowdle did have 27 yards rushing yesterday in the rain.
Oh my god! And then the Saints game was like, yeah, the Saints kind of got respectable. I mean, that's not too bad, even though they should have probably won that game against the Dolphins if Olave catches that ball.
Well, oh my God, that's right. At the very end of the game. And by the way, what's funny is Tua finally delivered the game-winning drive in Carolina. Like finally, he blew the lead, but it was to Waddle, wasn't it? The game-winning touchdown pass over the top.
That short pass where Waddle had to come back and catch it. And even like Mark Schlereth was like, "There's nothing wrong with doing that," and you knew everyone was like, "Oh, that was not right."
But you still got the game-winning drive from Tua to, at that point, salvage the season. And guess what? Here come the Bryce Young-led Panthers, and they're going to rip that entire narrative away.
Yeah, it really has been a rotten year. It really hasn't been great. Let's predict the game ball here. Our player to watch is brought to you by your Southern Lexus dealers and the Lexus December to Remember sales event. Get offers on select models now through January 5th. Learn more at Lexus.com. And Solana, we can't pick Achane. You're not playing. Can't pick Waddle. So who do you think is going to get the game ball if the Dolphins are able to win this today?
That's not fair. Dulcich de Leche.
All
Can
right.
I take your nickname from you and take Greg Dulcich? Because why not? Like he's arguably been the hottest player for the Dolphins over the past couple weeks, so why not? I know Dan Day is going to go with Bradley Chubb, who's going to do everything he possibly can to try to get the $5 million. But give me dulce de leche, just because I love dulce de leche. So give me that.
It is delicious. Dan Day, who do you think will get it today?
Well, since you pigeonholed me, Solana, I was going to go with someone else, but no, I'm going to go with the defense today. Seriously, this is Bradley Chubb. This is the Bradley Chubb game. Look, that's your dude right there. That's a guy that you go to war with. That's a guy who's probably going to buy you a bunch of lunches, maybe even buy you a car. So,
or he's going to collect his $5 million from Stephen Ross and hit the bricks next season because he's not coming back here next year. So I don't know if that's our dude. Like Bradley Chubb,
the guys on the defense, so not our dude.
No.
But no, I mean, okay, but yeah, you do it for your teammate. You do it for that. So it's the defense today. The defense today, I could easily see them getting run around the whole field, but also I could see them giving up a 7 or a 10 spot today. So I am going to go with this Miami Dolphins defense, not just because they have pride, not just because they want to finish the season strong, but also because Bradley Chubb, they want to get that. And they also want to shut down Drake May and one of their most hated rivals, one of our most hated rivals, the New England Patriots.
They do seem to get the Dolphins are the kings of beating the Patriots when nothing is on the line. Like that has been the Dolphins' MO for the last few years. Is when the Patriots are rolling. If they need to get a win against the Patriots when they absolutely don't need it, that's usually when they beat the Patriots. When they need to beat the Patriots, no. But when there's nothing, no juice to it,
here
Patriots don't know what it's the last team the Patriots want to face is the Miami Dolphins.
Here comes a Tom Brady pick six out of nowhere to beat them in Foxborough.
Miami Miracle, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's it's in the cards. I'm gonna go with Jalen Wright. I feel like this team is he's picked up steam. Team is still running the football well. And I've been impressed with him. So I think I'm gonna go with Jalen Wright to get the game ball today.
I am disappointed in all of us for not picking Quinn Ewers because no matter what he does, he is the player to watch. If he balls out,
for sure.
You think as though he's the quarterback, maybe quote unquote of the future. If he does terrible, well, we got to go a different route. If he goes mediocre, it's still like, So he is definitely the player to watch, but $5.5 million is a lot of reasons to.
It's true though what Dan's saying, Tobin, because like we'll flip flop on this stuff so easily. If he comes out, has a brutal game, nobody's going to want to see him back here next year. But if he comes out, has a good game, kind of inspires some hope again, we'll feel differently going into the offseason because then the narrative will be, Quinn really played well 2 out of those last 3 games of the season. But if he bleeps the bed tonight, then that will not be the conversation. It'll be, well, remember how you looked in week 18 in Foxborough.
Do you feel like if the Dolphins get absolutely embarrassed, though, even with him out there, like that would lead to like an immediate firing?
So before he even gets to the press conference tomorrow, just fired.
Just like a 30-0 burger.
Man. I hope for our sake, yes. If Stephen Ross has made up his mind, don't put us through one more McDaniel press conference, please.
That would be nice. Byron Jackson points out, by the way, he says, so the Dolphins will move from 11 to 10 if they lose and Kansas City beats the Raiders. If the Dolphins win, then the Cowboys jump them, and the Dolphins would drop to 12th in the draft for this year.
Yeah, so the Saints losing meant the Dolphins can't move ahead of New Orleans.
Right.
And there was, I think, the Bengals losing as well.
Yeah,
means the Dolphins can't jump the Bengals. So the best now is 10, you said, and we
they
can
need
move
to
to
lose.
12.
They need to lose, and they need the Chiefs to beat the Raiders.
Damn.
Who I don't even know who the Chiefs quarterback is right now. It's not Minshew
the Raiders.
anymore.
Did you watch that Raiders game last week?
No.
There were guys taking, first of all, there were JV guys taking dives. So when you got the JV guys in, number one, that's bad. When the JV guys are taking dives, I was like, oh, this is bad.
I feel pretty good about myself saying this. I haven't watched much Raiders football this year.
I have, though.
There's going to be a lot of people watching Mendoza there next year. That's for sure.
Yep. They clinched the top pick, right?
They got the top pick. They got the Giants won today.
Okay, so yeah, I'm done.
That's it. The last thing I want to point out before we get out of here, and I thought about this, Solana. It was an awesome week last week with the Hurricanes winning that game over Ohio State. 2 wins now away from getting to the championship, or just 1 win from getting to the championship. 2 wins from winning the whole damn thing. But it's crazy because it kind of felt like the Hurricanes was like the last thing that was even near Dolphins land of, hey, they also haven't been relevant. And the fact that the Miami Hurricanes have had this incredible year of beating all their rivals, they had a huge upset against Ohio State. Everybody's on fire right now with how they're feeling. The Dolphins truly stand alone now in this town of no meaningful winning for decades. And that's crazy. Now that the Canes have gotten to this point, they're the semifinal. They've won a bunch of games. They've given us, Goosey's chill moments. The Dolphins truly stand alone as ineptitude and bums with nobody near them, with this town that loves football more than anything. It is the heritage sport in this town, and the Hurricanes have now pulled themselves out of Dolphins land with their performance last week.
The Hurricanes winning 2 playoff games essentially kind of puts Cristobal in a position where, like, hey, not only did he do something the Hurricanes haven't done in 20 plus years, but like you feel this program is back on its feet now, Tobin. Like officially,
100%.
they're back. So, man, the Dolphins are on this island now of not only not winning Super Bowls, not only not winning playoff games, not only the longest stretch, I believe, in professional sports without a playoff victory.
Ugh.
Tobin, they're on an island of they're not even close to becoming something. They're not even close to having a standard anymore. I mean, they don't. So I think that's where it's concerning. We're like, the Hurricanes lost that standard for a while. I'm not saying the standard is what it was in 2001, which was title or bust, but at the very least, Cristobal has them on the right path where they're going to be competing every year.
They have as good a chance as anybody right
maybe.
now.
I just think college football is so volatile with, needing to go out and get, a ton of resources to bring kids in. I could see that switching, but I do think with Cristobal, the way he recruits, they'll compete every year. Like they should be 10-win team every year. Where are the Dolphins in this equation? They have no standard anymore.
But I want to be positive because I'm always the most positive guy. The Detroit Lions, Indianapolis Colts. Like, when was the last time they won, Super Bowls or did all this? So it's hard in the NFL. Now,
Right.
granted,
but if
you're
you're
a fan base a bone every once in a while and win a playoff game every 25 years, but it's not so easy to win championships, especially in the NFL. So if you're a Dolphins fan, stick with them, please.
I disagree wholeheartedly, man. I genuinely admire Dan Day, always being optimistic. But the NFL was built, literally structured for parity. So
this is the year that proves it. I mean, look at all the teams that bounced. Like, you have the Bears, and that's the thing, Dan. We're not even talking championships here. Like, if the Canes win the championships, amazing. But the fact that they've now won legit playoff games, because even if you didn't want to call the A&M game that, because it's like, hey, you're the first team in, you beat the now they beat the defending champion in a neutral site in a huge game, and you're like, yeah, that's a game that's going to stand at least tomorrow, even without winning the ACC. That's a game that's going to stand for the Canes for years. And the Dolphins are just saying they can't even get a damn playoff win. So that's what I'm saying. Right. Is like, it's crazy because this has always been the football town that's been the cliche sports wise. And finally the Canes have taken themselves out of the slop that was where the Dolphins are right now.
But what is the most valuable playoff win in all of sports? At least here in the United States. I'm sorry, Solano. Of course, you and I can argue about different things, but what's the most valuable playoff win in all of United States sports?
You mean like the most prestigious one? The Super Bowl?
Most valuable one. No, just in playoffs. The NFL playoff is more valuable than anything else. It's hard. And once again, I'm trying to end on a positive note. I don't want to be negative. I know this season's about to end right now, and I feel so bad. I'm so sad that we're going to, this is our last show, but
yeah,
like, it's not easy. And you see how hard it is.
Right, but I mean, they get paid handsomely to do the job. And look, I get it. I get what Dan's saying, Tobin. Like Stephen Ross has put every possible resource into doing this. Like, it's not for lack of trying, fine, but
well, I know, but
it's your job.
But I'm telling you, like, in the span of the Dolphins being through this, and when they've been through their changes, the Canes have too. Like,
yeah,
4 head coaches. A scandal, a amount of embarrassment, losing to FIU at the Orange Bowl site, and they finally have come out of all that. Maybe that's the hope of optimism that Dan's like, hey, look, even the Canes have gotten their way out, and eventually you'll find your way out. The Panthers, who are a laughingstock of a league now, are now looked at as the standard, but it just feels so far away. Maybe Troy Aikman will fix it, though. You never know. You never know, everybody.
Our savior, Troy Aikman.
Our savior, Troy Aikman is here.
40 years later, our savior is Troy.
Do you think Troy Aikman made the calls, or do you think he asked Joe Buck to make the calls?
I think Troy Aikman made the calls, but I do like the idea of him talking to Joe Buck, like, Joe, yeah, I'll cut you some of this check if you can make these phone calls for me, bud.
Please. Just, he goes, what do you want me to do? Just text somebody in Green Bay and be like, assistant GM, thumbs up, thumbs down. Your thoughts. Would they like McDaniel? Something like that. I don't know. That's our show, everybody. Appreciate everybody for tuning in this year for another edition of Game Day Uncensored. The post-game edition will be on later tonight with Frog Boy and Chico. Dan Day is going to go celebrate, enjoy some Heat basketball. Solana will get you ready for Heat action. Tyler Hero making his return tonight. He is available.
Yes, sir.
He is available for tonight. So Boy Wonder will be in the fold for the Miami Heat. So you got that coming your way and lots more here on QAM. But as far as us, the season is done. And so we will see if the Dolphins can end it on a win. We appreciate you guys tuning in. We'll talk to you next time.
Well, folks, those are the final touches on this week's and this season's Game Day Uncensored. We'll have the last Game Day Uncensored post-game show of the year tonight at a special time, 9:30 p.m. Thank you for listening in this season on FM 104.3 WQAM.